Huckleberry Finn, Episode 1 of 12. This is Huckleberry Finn's story, and must be told by him in his own fashion, and with dialogue by the other characters as they appear. As we open, Huckleberry Finn begins.
You don't know me without you've read the book by the name of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, but that don't make no matter. This book is written by Mr. Mark Twain, and he told the truth, mainly. Oh, with some stretchers, I reckon, but it's mostly a true book. Now, the way the book winds up is like this. Tom and me found the money that the robbers had hid in the cave, and it made us rich. We got $6,000 apiece, all in gold. It was an awful lot of money when it was piled up. Well, Judge Thatcher, he took it and put it out interest, and it fetched us $1 a day apiece all the year round, more than a body could tell what to do with. The widow Douglas, she took me for her own son, and allowed that she'd civilize me. But it was rough living in the house all the time, considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in all her ways. The widow even rang the bell for supper, and you had to come down right on time. And when you got to the table, you couldn't go right to eating. But you had to wait for the widow to tuck her head and grumble a little over the victuals, though there really weren't anything the matter with them. That is, nothing only, well, everything was cooked by itself. After supper, she got out her book and learned me about Moses and them bulrushes. And I was in a sweat to find out all I could about him. But then she let it out that Moses had been dead a considerable long time. So then I didn't care no more about him because, well, I'm here to tell you I don't take no stock in dead people. Pretty soon, I wanted to smoke. I asked the widow to let me. Sure enough, she wouldn't. She just didn't take no stock in smoking. She said it was mean and it wasn't clean, and I was to try and not to do it anymore. This is just the way with some folks. They get down on the thing when they don't know nothing about it. Here she was bothering about Moses, which was no kin to her, and no use to anybody, being gone, you see, yet finding fault with me for doing a thing that had some good in it. Her sister, Miss Watson, an old maid with goggles on, had come to live with her, and took a set at me with a spelling book. She worked me about an hour, and then the widow made her let up. Good thing, too. I couldn't stand it no longer. But Miss Watson would keep after me such a...
Don't scrunch up like that, Huckleberry. Set up straight. Oh, don't you put your feet up there, Huckleberry. Don't gap and stretch like that, Huckleberry. Why don't you try to behave?
Then she told me all about the bad place, and I said I wished I was there. And she got real mad then, but I didn't mean no harm. All I wanted was to go someplace. All I wanted was a change. I wasn't particular. She said I was wicked to talk like that. She wouldn't do it for anything in the whole world. She was going to live so as to go to the good place. Miss Watson, do you reckon Tom Sawyer will go there?
Not by a considerable sight. He'd never get to the gate, let alone inside.
You know, I sure am glad about that, because I wanted him and me to be together. Well, by and by, they fetched the niggers in and had prayers, and then everybody was off to bed. I went up to my room with a piece of candle and put it on the table. Then I sat down in the chair by the window and tried to think of something cheerful, but it weren't no use. I felt so lonesome, I most wished I was dead. Listening to the mournful night sounds, I got so downhearted and scared, I wished I had some company. Pretty soon, a spider went crawling up on my shoulder. I flipped it off, and it landed right in the candle. And before I could budge, it was all shriveled up. I didn't need anybody to tell me that that there was an awful bad sign and would fetch me some bad luck. And I was so scared, I almost shook right out of my clothes. I got up and turned around in my tracks 3 times, crossed my breast every time, and then I tied up a little lock of my hair with a thread to keep the witches away. But I still didn't have any confidence. You do that when you lost a horseshoe that you just found, instead of nailing it up over the door. But I hadn't heard anybody say it was a way to keep off bad luck when you killed a spider that way. I sat down again, shaking all over. I got out my pipe for a smoke. Now, the house was all still, quiet as death, and I reckon the widow wouldn't know. Well, after a long time, I heard a twig snap in the dark out amongst the trees. Something was out there a-stirring. I sat real still and I listened. Directly, I could just barely hear her. So I says, meow, meow, as soft as I could. And then I put out the light and scrambled out the window onto the shed roof and then down to the ground. And there, sure enough, was my friend Tom Sawyer. We went tiptoeing along the path amongst the trees back toward the end of the widow's garden. We was passing by the kitchen when I fell over a root and made a noise. We scrunched down and lied real still. Miss Watson's big nigger named Jim was sitting in the kitchen door. We could see him plain clear because there was a sort of a light behind him. He got up and stretched out his neck about a minute or so and was listening. And then he says, Who there? He listened some more, and then he came tiptoeing down and stood right between us. We could have touched him nearly. Well, it was a long time, and there weren't a sound, and we were all right there real close together. And then, wouldn't you know, I started to itch. First my ankle, then the ear, next my right backside between the shoulders. Seemed like I'd die if I couldn't scratch. Pretty soon, Jim says,
Say, who is you? Why is you? Dog my cats if I didn't hear something. Well, I know what I was going to do. I was going to sit down here and listen till I hears it again.
So he sits down on the ground twixt Tom and me. He leaned his back against a tree and stretched out his legs till one of them almost touched one of mine. Then my nose began to itch. It itched till tears came to my eyes, but I dasn't scratch. Then it began to itch on the inside. The next, I began to itch on the outside, and then I was itching underneath. I didn't know how I was going to ever sit still. This went on for as much as 6 or 7 minutes, but it seemed a sight longer at that time. I was itching in 11 different places now. I reckoned I couldn't stand it more than a minute longer when I heard Jim breathing real deep. And then he started to snore. And then, don't you know, I was real soon comfortable again. Tom, he made a sign to me, a kind of a little noise with his mouth. And we went creeping away on our hands and knees. Then, when we was about 10 foot off, Tom whispered to me that he wanted to tie Jim to a tree, just for fun. But I said, no, Tom, no. He might wake up and make a disturbance, and then they'd find out that I weren't in the house. And then Tom said he hadn't enough candles, and, well, he'd slip into the kitchen there and get some right away. I didn't want him to try, as Jim might wake up and come and get us. But Tom laid 5 cents on the table for pay. And then we got out, and I was in a sweat to get away. But nothing would do but Tom must crawl over to where Jim was, right there on his hands and knees, and play something on him. I waited, seemed a good while. Everything was so still and lonesome. As soon as Tom was back, we cut along the path, around the garden fence, and up to the steep top of the hill on the other side of the house. Tom said He slipped Jim's hat off his head and hung it on the limb right over him. And Jim stirred just a little, but he didn't wake up. Afterward, Jim said the witches bewitched him and had put him in a trance and rode him all over the state, and then set him under the tree again and hung his hat on the limb to show who done it. And the next time he told the story, he said they rode him down to New Orleans. And after that, when he told it, he spread it on more and more, till by and by, he said they rode him all over the world and tired him most to death. And on his back was all saddle boils. Jim was monstrous proud about it, and he got so he wouldn't hardly notice other niggers. When niggers would talk about witches with Jim around, he'd settle them with,
What you know about witches?
I reckon that corked up that nigger, and except for Jim's tail, stopped the talk of the witches. Jim was most brute for a servant, 'cause he got stuck up on account of having seen the devil and been rode by witches. Tom and me, we went down the hill and found Joe Harper and Ben Rogers and 2 or 3 of the other boys hidden in the tan yard. So we unhitched a skiff and pulled down the river 2 miles and a half to a big scar on the hillside. And right there, we went ashore. We went over to a clump of bushes, and after Tom made everyone swear to keep the secret, he showed us a hole in the hill right in the very thickest part of the bushes. Then we all lit the candles and crawled in on our hands and knees. We went along a narrow place and got into a kind of a room, all damp and sweaty and cold. And there's where we stopped. And Tom says,
Now, we'll start this gang of robbers, and we'll call it Tom Sawyer's Gang. Everybody who wants to join has got to take an oath and write his name in blood.
I reckon everybody was willing, so Tom got out a sheet of paper that he'd wrote the oath on, and he read it. It swore every boy to stake to the bone and never tell any of the secrets. And if anyone done anything to any boy in the band, every boy was ordered to kill that boy and his family. And he must do it. And he mustn't eat, and he mustn't sleep till he'd killed them all and had the cross in their breasts, which was the sign of the bond. And nobody that didn't belong to the band could use up their mark. And if he did, he must be sued. And if he done it again, he must be killed. And if anybody that belonged to the band told the secrets, he must have his throat cut and then have his carcass burned up and the ashes scattered all around. And his name blotted off the list with blood and never mentioned again by the gang. But would have a curse put upon his name forever. Everybody thought it was a real beautiful oath and asked Tom if he got it right out of his head.
Well, yes, most of it. But the rest I got out of pirate books and robber books. And every gang that's worth anything has it.
Well, some of the boys thought it'd be real good to kill the families of the boys that told the secrets.
Hey, that's a great idea. Give me a pencil, Ben, and I'll write it in.
He ain't got no family.
What's that you're muttering, Ben Rogers?
Well, here's Huck Finn. He ain't got no family. What are you going to do about him?
Well, ain't he got a father?
I reckon he's got a father, but you can't ever find him these days. He used to lay drunk with the hogs in the tent.
They talked it over and was going to rule me out. Because, well, they said that every boy must have someone to kill. Else it just flat wouldn't be fair to the others. I reckon I was most ready to cry. But all at once, I thought of a way. And so I offered them Miss Watson. I reckon they could kill her. They all stuck a pin in their fingers to get blood to sign with. And I made my mark on the paper with the rest.
Now, what's the business of this gang?
Nothing. Only robbery and murder.
But who are we going to rob? Houses or cattle? Or
Stuff of stealing cattle and such things ain't robbery. It's burglary. We ain't burglars. We're highwaymen. We stop stages and carriages on the road with masks on and kill the people and take their watches and their money.
Must we always kill the people?
Why, sure. I reckon it's best. Some authorities think different, but mostly it's considered best to kill them. Except some that you bring to the cove here and keep them till they're ransomed.
Ransomed? What's that?
I don't know. But perhaps if we keep them till they're ransomed, it means that we keep them till they're dead.
Now that's something I like. Why couldn't you say that before? We'll keep them till they're ransomed to death.
I reckon by this time, little Tommy Barnes was sound asleep. And when we woke him up, he was scared and cried.
I want to go home to my mom. I want to go home.
Right there, Tom had seen that he'd made a big mistake, and so he gave him 5 cents to keep him quiet.
Now, let's all go home and we'll meet again next week and rob somebody and kill some people.
Tom, next week will be just fine. But I can't get out much except for Sundays. So how about meeting next Sunday?
All the boys talked a bit, and then decided it would be wicked to do it, especially on Sunday. And that there right then settled the thing. They agreed to get together and fix a day as soon as they could. And then we elected Tom Sawyer the first captain, and Joe Harper second captain of the gang. And then we started home. I clumb up the shed and crept into my window just before day was breaking. My new clothes was all greased up and dirty like, and I was dog tired. Well, I'm here to tell you I got a real good going over in the morning from old Miss Watson on account of my clothes. But the weather, she didn't scold. She just cleaned off the grease and the clay and looked sort of sorry that I thought I would behave a while if I could. And then Miss Watson, she took me into the closet and prayed. But you know, nothing never come of it. She told me to pray every day, and whatever I asked for, I'd get it. But you know, it really weren't so. I flat tried it. Once I prayed and I got a fish line, but no hooks. I prayed for the hooks 3 or 4 different times, I reckon. Somehow I just couldn't make it work. Pap, he hadn't been seen for more than a year, and that was real comfortable for me. I didn't want to see him no more anyhow. He always used to whale me when he was sober. That is, when he could get his hands on me. I used to take to the woods most of the time when he was around. I reckon I judged the old man would turn up again by and by, though I sure enough wished he wouldn't. We played robber now and then about a month, and then I resigned. All the boys did. We hadn't robbed nobody, hadn't killed any people, only just pretended. We used to hop out of the woods and go charging down on hog drivers and women in carts, taking garden stuff to the market. But we never hived any of them. Tom Sawyer called the hogs ingots, and he called the turnips and stuff jewelry. And we'd go to the cave and powwow over what we'd just done and how many people we'd killed and marked. But I couldn't see no profit in it. One time, Tom sent a boy to run about town with a blazing stick, which he called a slogan, which was the sign for the gang to get together. And then he said he'd got secret news by his spies that very next day, a whole parcel of Spanish merchants and rich Arabs was going to camp in Cave Hollow with 200 elephants and 600 camels and over 1,000 Sumter mules, all loaded down with diamonds. And they didn't have any guard but 400 soldiers, so we could sort of lay an ambuscade, as he called it, and kill the whole lot of them and scoop up the things. I didn't believe that we could lick such a crowd of Spaniards or Arabs, but I wanted to see them there camels and elephants. So there I was on hand next Saturday in the ambuscade, And when we got word, we rushed out of the woods and down the hill. And you know, there weren't no Spaniards and Arabs. There weren't no camels or no elephants either. It weren't anything but a Sunday school picnic, and only a primer class at that. We busted it up, though. We sure did. We flat busted it up and chased the children up the holler. But we never got anything but some donuts and jam. Though Ben Rogers, he got himself a rag doll, and Joe Harper, he got a hymn book in the track. And then the teacher charged in and made us all drop everything and cut. I reckon I didn't see no diamonds, and I told Tom Sawyer so. He said there was loads of them there anyhow. He said that there was Arabs there too, and elephants and things. And I said, well, Tom Sawyer, why couldn't we see them then? And he said if I weren't so ignorant, but had read the book called Don Quixote, I'd know without asking. He said it was all done by enchantment. He said there was hundreds of soldiers there, and elephants and treasure and everything. But we had enemies which he called magicians, and they turned the whole thing into an infant Sunday school, just out of spite. And I said, all right, I reckon. Then the thing for us to do is to go for them there magicians. Tom Sawyer said I was a numbskull.
Why, a magician could call up a lot of genies, and they'd hash you up like nothing before you could say Jack Robinson. They're as tall as a tree, as big around as a church.
Well, Tom, suppose we got some genies to help us. Can't we let the other crowd down?
How are you going to get them?
Well, I don't know, Tom. How did they get them?
Why, they rub an old tin lamp or an iron ring, and then the genies come tearing in with thunder and lightning a-ripping around and smoke a-rolling, and everything they're told to do, they do it.
Tom, who makes them tear around so?
Why, whoever rubs the lamp or the ring. They belong to whoever rubs the lamp or the ring, and they've got to do whatever he says. And if he tells them to build a palace 40 miles long out of diamonds and fill it full of chewing gum, or whatever you want.
I reckon I thought all this over for 2 or 3 days. And then I reckoned I'd see if there was really anything in it. I got me old tin lamp and an iron ring, and I flat went out in the woods, and I rubbed, and I rubbed, and I rubbed till I flat sweat like an Injun, calculating to build a palace and then sell it. But it weren't no use. None of them there genies come at all. So then I judged that all that there stuff was only just one of Tom Sawyer's lies. I reckoned he believed in Arabs and elephants and things. But as for me, I think different. It had all the marks to me of a Sunday school. Well, 3 or 4 months run along, and it was well into winter now. I'd been to school most all the time, and could spell and read and write just a little, and could say the multiplication table up to 6 times 7 is 35. And I don't reckon I could ever get any further than that if I was to just live forever. One morning, I happened to turn over the salt cellar breakfast table, and I reached for some of it just as quick as I could so I could throw it over my left shoulder and keep off all the bad luck. I started out after breakfast feeling worried and kind of shaky and wondering when the bad luck was going to fall on me and what was going to be. There's ways to keep off some kinds of bad luck, you know, but this wasn't one of them kinds. So I never tried to do anything, I reckon, but just poked along, sort of low-spirited and always on the watch out. I went down to the front garden and clumb over the stile where you go through the high-board fence. There was an inch of new snow on the ground, and there I seen somebody's tracks. I was going to follow around, but I stooped down to look at the tracks first off. I didn't notice anything at first, but next I did. There's a cross in the left boot heel made with big nails to keep off the devil. I was up in a second and shinning down that hill. I looked over my shoulder every now and then, but I didn't see nobody. I was at Judge Thatcher's just as quick as I could get there.
Why, my boy, you're all out of breath. Did you come for your interest?
Oh, no, sir. No, sirree. I don't want it at all, Judge. Nor the 6,000 either. I want you to take it, sir. I won't give it to you. The 6,000 and all.
Why, what can you mean, my boy?
Please, Your Honor, take it. And don't ask me no questions. Then I won't have to tell you no lies.
Oh, I think I see. You want to sell all your property to me, not give it. That's the correct idea.
Right then, he wrote something on a piece of paper and read it over. And then he says,
There, you see, it says for a consideration. That means I've bought it of you and paid you for it. Here's $1 for you. Now you sign it.
So I signed it and left. Miss Watson's nigger, Jim, had a hairball as big as your fist, which had been took out of the fourth stomach of an ox, and he used to do real fine magic with it. He said there's a spirit inside of it, and it flat knowed everything. So I went to Jim that night, and I told him Pap was here again, for I'd found his tracks in the snow. What I wanted to know was, what was he going to do, and was he going to stay here? Jim got out his hairball and said something over it, and then he held it up and dropped it right down on the floor. It fell pretty solid and only rolled about an inch. Jim got down on his knees and put his ear up against it and listened real close. But I reckon it weren't no use. He said it wouldn't talk. He said sometimes it wouldn't talk about these without money. I told him I had the old slick counterfeit quarter that weren't no good because the brass had showed through the silver a little, and it wouldn't pass nohow. And even if the brass didn't show, because it was so slick and it felt all greasy and funny-like, so that, well, everybody could tell it was no good every time. Jim smelled it, and he bit on it, and he rubbed it, and he said he'd managed so that the hairball would think it was real good. He said he'd split open a raw Irish potato and stick the quarter in between and keep it there all night. And the next morning, you couldn't see no brass at all. And it wouldn't feel greasy no more either. So anybody in town would take it in a minute, let alone a hairball. Jim put the quarter under the hairball and got down real close and listened again. And this time, he said the hairball was all right. He said it would tell my whole fortune if I wanted it to. And I says, go on, Jim, go on. So the hairball talked to Jim, and Jim told it to me, and he says,
Your father don't know yet what he's going to do. Sometimes he expect he'll stay. Or the best way is to rest easy and let the old man take his own way. Oh, there's two angels hovering round about him. One of 'em is white and whiny, and the other one is black. The white one gets him to go right a little while, and then the black one sail in and bust it all up. Oh, but I can't tell yet which one going to fetch him at the last. But you is all right. There's two gals flying about your life. One of 'em's light, and the other one is dark. One is rich, and the other is poor. You's going to marry the poor one first, and the rich one by and by. You wants to keep away from the water as much as you can. And don't run no risk, 'cause it's down in the bills that you's going to get on.
When I lit my candle and went up to my room that night, there sat Bab, his own self.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 2 of 12.
When I lit my candle and went up to my room, there sat Bab, his own self. I had just shut the door. Then I turned around and there he was. I reckon he was most 50 years, and he looked it too. His hair was long and tangled and greasy and hung down, and you could see his beady eyes shining through like they's behind vines. It was all black and no gray. It was so long and sort of all mixed up with his whiskers, but there weren't no color in his face. That is, where his face shows. It was white. Not like another man's white, but a white like to make a body sick. A white to make a body's flesh crawl. A tree-toad white. A fish belly white. As for his clothes, just rags, that's all. That's all he was. He had one ankle resting on the other knee, and the boot on that foot was sort of busted. Two of his toes stuck through, and he kept working him back and forth now and then. His hat was lying on the floor, and an old black slouch of a hat it was, too, with the top all caved in, sort of like a lid. I reckon I just stood there looking at him. He sat there looking at me, with his chair sort of tilted back a little. I set the candle down. Right then I noticed that the window was up. I reckon he'd plumb in over the top of the shed. He just sat there and kept looking me over, and by and by he says, "Starchy clothes. Very. You think you're a good deal of a big bug, don't you?" "Maybe I am, Pappy. Maybe I ain't." "Don't you give me none of your lip. You put on considerable many frills since I've been away. I'll take you down a peg before I get done with you. You're educated, too, huh? Educated, they say. You can read and write. You think you're better than your father now, don't you? Yeah, because you can't. I'll take that out of you. Who told you might meddle in such highfalutin foolishness, eh? Who told you could?" "I reckon, Pap, the widow, she told me I could."
"The widow, eh? And who told the widow she could put her shovel into a thing that's none of her business?"
"I don't reckon nobody never told her, Pap."
"Well, I'll learn her how to meddle. And looky here. You drop that there school, you hear? I ain't the man to stand for it, you hear? Here. Let me hear you read something."
I took up a book and began something about General Washington and the wars. When I'd read about half a minute, I reckon, he pushed a book off white with his hand and knocked it clear across the house.
It's so. He can do it. I had my doubts when you told me. Now you looky here. You stop putting on them frills. I won't have it, you hear? I'll lay for you, my smarty. And if I catch you about that school, I'll tell you good. First thing you know, you get religion, too. I never seen such a son. I'll bet I'll take some of them frills out of you before I'm done with you. Why, there ain't no end to your heirs. And they say you're rich, huh? How about that?
But there's a line. That's how, Pat.
Looky here. Mind how you talk to me. I'm standing about all of this I can right now, so don't give me none of your sass. I reckon I've been in town 2 days, and I ain't heard nothing but about you being rich. I heard about it way down the river, too. That's why I come. You'll get that money tomorrow. I want it.
But Pap, I ain't got no money.
That's a lie. Judge Thatcher's got it. You get it, you hear? I want it.
But, Pap, I ain't got no money, I tell you. You ask Judge Thatcher. He'll tell you the very same thing.
All right. I'll ask him, and I'll make him pungle, too. Or I'll know the reason why. Hey, how much you got in your pocket right now? I want it.
I ain't got but only $1, and I want that.
I don't care what you want it for. Sell it over.
He took it and bit it to see if it was good. And then he said he was going downtown and get himself some whiskey. Said he hadn't had a drink all day. When he got out on the roof, he stuck his head back in again and cussed me up and down.
Darn you, putting on frills and trying to be better than me. I told you to mind about that school because I was going to lay for you and kick you a good one if you didn't stop it.
The next day he was real drunk. And he went up to Judge Thatcher's and bully-ragged him and tried to make him give up the money, but he couldn't do it. Then he swore he'd make the law force him to do it. The judge and the widow, they went to the law to get to the court. Well, it was to be either one or the other of them was to be my guardian. But here's where the thing's kind of different. It was a new judge that had just come to town, and he didn't know about the old man. So he says courts mustn't interfere and separate families if they could possibly help it. Said he'd rather not take a child away from his own father. So Judge Thatcher and the widow, they had to give it up. That pleased the old man.
I'll cowhide you till you're black and blue if you don't raise some money for me.
I borrowed $3 from Judge Thatcher, and Pap took it and got drunk again. I went a-blowing around town and cussing and whooping and carrying on. And he kept it up all over town with a tin pan, too, till almost midnight. Then they flat-throwed him in jail. And the next day, they had him before the court, and they jailed him again for a whole week. When he got out, the new judge said he was going to make a real fine man of him. So he took Pap to his own house, dressed him up clean and nice, and had him to breakfast and dinner and supper with the family, and was just, well, old pie to him, so to speak. And after supper,
You
he
know,
talked
Coffin, drink is the work of the devil. I believe you're going to turn over a new leaf and be a better man for it. Your neighbors will look up to you, Coffin. You'll be respected among your fellow men. My wife and I both are going to look up to you.
Oh, fine, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Look at it, Judge. Take a hold of it and shake it. It's a hand that was the hand of a hog, but it ain't no more. It's the hand of a man that started a new life.
Proud of you, Pa.
And I'll die before I'll go back. Amen. You mark them words, Judge, and don't forget that I said 'em. It's a clean hand now. Shake it. Shake it. Don't be afraid. Shake it.
I'm proud of you, Coffin. Proud.
I reckon they shook it, one after the other, all around. Then they all cried again. And then they took the old man into a beautiful room, which was a spare room. And in the night sometime, he got powerful thirsty, and he clumb out onto the porch roof and slid down a stanchion and traded his new coat for a jug of 40 rod. And then he clumb back in again and had a good old time. I reckon toward daylight he crawled out again, drunk as a fiddler, and he rolled off the porch and, well, he broke his left arm in 2 places and was most froze to death when somebody found him after sunup. Well, when they come to look at that spare room, they had to take soundings before they could navigate it. The judge, he felt kind of sore. He said he reckoned the body could reform the old man. With a shotgun, maybe, but he didn't know in no other way. Pretty soon, the old man was up and around again, and then he went for Judge Thatcher in the courts to make him give up that money. And he went for me, too, for not stopping school. He catched me a couple of times and thrashed me real good, but I went to school all the same, and I dodged him or outrun him most of the time. I really didn't want to go to school much before, but I reckon now I'd go in spite of Pap. That law trial was a slow business, so every now and then I'd borrow $2 or $3 off the judge for him, just to keep from getting a cowhiding. Every time he got the money, he got real drunk, and he raised Cain all over town, and every time he raised Cain, he flat got himself jailed again.
I'll show you who's Huck Finn's boss is.
So he watched out for me, and one day in the spring, he catched me. He took me up a river about 3 miles in a skiff and crossed over to the Illinois shore where it was woody and where there wasn't no houses, but sort of an old log hut in a place where the timber was thick and you couldn't find it if you didn't know just exactly where it was. He kept me with him all the time. I never got a chance to run off. We lived in that old cabin, and he always locked the door and put the key under his head nights. He had a gun which he'd stole, I reckon. We just stayed there and fished and hunted, and, well, that's the way we lived on. Every little while, he'd lock me in when he went down to the store 3 miles to the ferry and traded fish and game for whiskey, and fetched it home and got drunk and had a good time and, of course, licked me. That to him was a good time. By and by, Pap got too handy with his hickory. I couldn't stand it no more. I was all over welts. He got to going away so much, too, and locking me in all the time. Once he locked me in and was gone for 3 days. It was dreadful lonesome. I judged he'd got himself drowned, and I wasn't going to ever get out of there no more. And I'm here to tell you I was real scared. I made up my mind I'd fix up some way to leave there. I'd tried to get out of that cabin many a time, but I couldn't find no way. There weren't a window big enough for a dog to get through. And I couldn't get up the chimney. It's too narrow. And the door was so thick and is made of solid oak slabs. You see, Pap was pretty careful not to leave a knife or anything around in the cabin when he was away. I reckon I had hunted that place over and over as much as 100 times. Well, I was most all the time at it, hunting, because it was the only way to put in the time. But this time I found something at long last. I found me an old rusty wood saw without a handle. It was laid in between the rafter and the clapboards on the roof. I greased it up and went right to work to saw a section of the big log out, big enough to let me through anyway. Well, it was a good long job, but I was getting toward the end of it when all of a sudden I heard Pap's gun in the woods. I got rid of the signs of my work, dropped the blanket and hid my saw, and pretty soon Pap came in. Pap weren't exactly in a good humor. Downtown. Everything's going wrong. That there lawyer says he reckons he can win our lawsuit and get me the money if they ever get started on the trial. But there's ways to put it off for a long time, and that there Judge Thatcher knows how to do it. People say they probably going to be another trial to get you away from me and appoint the winner of my guardian. Worse than that, they say I'd probably lose this time. This here news shook me up considerable, because I didn't want to go back to the Widders anymore and be civilized, as they called it. Then the old man got to cussing and cussed everybody and everything he could think of, and then started all over again. He said if they tried to take me, he knowed a place where he could stow me and they'd never find it. That there made me pretty uneasy, I'm here to tell you. I reckoned I wouldn't stay on till he got that chance. The old man, he made me go to the skiff and fetch the things that he'd got from town. I toted up a load and then sat down on the bow of the skiff to rest. I thought it over, and I reckoned I'd take the guns and some lines and take to the woods and run away. I guessed I wouldn't stay in one place, but just sort of, tramp all across the country, mostly at night times, so as to get as far away from the old man as possible, and so the widow couldn't find me anymore either. I judged I'd saw out and leave that night if Pap got drunk enough, and I reckoned he would, since he'd already toted up 4-gallon jugs of whiskey. I got things all up to the cabin, and by this time it was almost dark. While I was cooking supper, the old man took a swig or two and went to ripping again. Seemed like whenever his liquor began to work, he most always took off on the government.
Government. I just look at it and see what it's like. Here's a law standing ready to take a man's son away from him. A man's own son, which he's had all the trouble and anxiety and all the expense of raising. Just as that man has got that there son raised at last and ready to go to work and begin to do something for the old man and giving him a rest, the law up and goes for him. And they call that government? A man can't get his rights in a government like this. Sometimes I'm mighty notion to just leave the country for good and all. I told him so. I told old Judge Thatcher so right to his face. Says I, for 2 cents, I'd leave this blame country and never come near it again. Them's my very words. That's what I said. I said, look at my hat. You call it a hat. Look, the lid raises up and the rest of it goes down till it's below my chin. You call it a hat. And then ain't it rightly a hat at all, is it? But more like my head was shoved up through a joint of stovepipe. Look at it, says I. Such a hat for me to wear? One of the wealthiest men in this here town, if I could just get my rights. Oh, yes. This is a wonderful government. Wonderful. Why, looky here. There's a free nigger there from Ohio. A mulatto he is. Most as white as a white man. He had the whitest shirt you ever did see, too, and the shiniest hat. And he had a gold watch and a chain and a silver-headed cane and the awfulest old gray-headed nabob in the state. That's what he was. And what do you think? They said he was a professor in a college and could talk all kinds of languages and knowed everything. Now, that ain't the worst. They said he could vote when he was at home. Well, right there, that let me out, thinks I. What is this country coming to? It was election day, and I was just about to go and vote myself, but I was too drunk to get there. But they told me that there was a state in this country where they'd let that nigger vote. When I heard about that, I drawed out. I says, I'll never vote again as long as I live. I says to the people, why ain't that nigger put up at auction and sold? That's what I want to know. And what do you reckon they said? They said he couldn't be sold till he'd been in the state 6 months. And he hadn't been there that long yet. There now. Now there's a specimen. They call that a government.
I can't sell a free nigger till he's been in the state 6 months. Here's a government that calls itself a government and lets on to be a government and thinks it's a government, and yet's got to stand stock still for 6 whole months before it can take hold of a prowling, thieving, infernal, white-shirted flea.
Well, I reckon Pap was going on, so he never noticed where his old limber legs was taking him to. So he went head over heels over a tub of salt pork and barked both shingles. And the rest of his speech was all the hottest kind of language.
Oh, that hurt. That really hurt. How did you get that trash out of here? You're going to kill yourself with a thing.
After supper, Pap took the jug and said he'd had enough whiskey there for 2 drinks and 1 delirium tremens. That there was always his word. I judged he'd be blind drunk in about an hour. And then I'd steal a key or saw myself out, one or the other. He drank and tumbled down on his blankets by and by. But somehow luck didn't run my way. He didn't go sound asleep, but was just lying there sort of uneasy. He groaned and moaned and thrashed around this way and that for a long time, some considerable time. At last, I got so sleepy I couldn't keep my eyeballs open for all I could do. And so before I knowed what it was all about, I was flat sound asleep, and the candle was burning. I don't know how long I was asleep, but all of a sudden there was an awful scream, and there was Pop looking wild and skipping around every which way, yelling about snakes and things. He said they's crawling up his legs, and then he'd give a jump and scream, and he said that one bit him on the cheek. But I couldn't see no snakes. He started to run around the cabin and hollering and screaming.
Take him off! Take him off! He's biting me! He's biting me on the neck!
I reckon I never see a man with such a wild look in his eyes. Pretty soon, he was all fagged out and fell down just panting. Then he rolled over and over, wonderful fast, kicking things every which way, striking and grabbing at the air with his hands, screaming and saying that there's a devil's a hold of him. And he wore out, I reckon, by and by, and just sort of laid there still, moaning. And then he laid stiller, and he didn't make no sound at all. I could hear the owls and the wolves way off in the woods, and it seemed terrible still. He was lying over there in the corner. By and by, he raised up part way and listened, with his head to one side.
Tramp. That's the dead. Tramp. They're coming after me, but I won't go. They're here. Don't touch me. Don't. Hands off. They're cold. Let go. I'll let this poor devil alone.
I reckon he went down on all fours and crawled off, begging them to let him alone. He crawled up on his blanket under the table, and then he started crying. I can hear him through the blanket.
Take it away.
By and by, he rolled out and jumped to his feet, and he saw me, and he went for me. He chased me all over the place with a clasp knife.
You're the angel of death. I'm going to kill you.
Please, Pa, please, me anymore. Just me, no. Don't do it, Pa. Please don't.
I'm going to kill you. I'll just sit here by the door. Rest a minute, and then I'm going to kill you. I'll sleep and get strong, and then we'll see who's who.
So he just laid there and dozed. By and by, I got the old split-bottom chair and clumb up as easy as I could, soft like, not to make any noise. And I got down the gun. I slipped the ramrod down in it to make sure it was loaded. And then I laid it across the turnip barrel, pointing direct right straight towards Pap. And I sat down behind it to wait for him to stir. How slow and still the time did drag along. I just sat there and waited and waited. It was after sunup. I'd been sound asleep.
What you doing with this gun?
I judged he didn't know nothing about what'd been going on, so I says, somebody tried to break in, Pap, so I was laying for him.
Why didn't you roast me out?
Well, I tried to, but I couldn't. I just flat couldn't budge you, Pap.
Well, all right. Don't stand there palavering all day. Out with you and see if there's a fish on that line for breakfast. That'll be along in a minute.
He unlocked the door and cleared out for the riverbank. I noticed the river was rising. This used to always be luck for me, because with the rise of a lot of cartwood and pieces of log rafts and things, sometimes a dozen logs together, so that all you had to do is just catch them and sell them to the wood yards and the sawmill. But all at once, here comes a canoe. A beauty it was, too, riding high, sort of like a duck. I shot head first off the bank just like a frog, clothes and all, and made for that there canoe. I clumb in and paddled her ashore. I judged I'd hide her real good, and then, instead of taking to the woods when I'd run off, I'd go down the river about 50 miles and camp in one place for good, and not have such a rough time tramping on foot. I hit her, and then I out and looked around a bunch of willows, and there was the old man drawing a bead on a bird. So I knowed that he hadn't seen anything. I got busy taking up a trot line. He abused me a little for being so slow, but I told him I fell in the river. That's how come I was all wet. We caught 5 catfish off the lines and went home. While we laid off after breakfast to sleep up, both of us being wore out as we were, I reckon I got to thinking that if I could fix up some way to keep Pap and the widder from following me when I left, it'd just be a whole lot safer. I reckon about 12 o'clock, we turned out and went down to the riverbank. The river was rising pretty fast now, with lots of driftwood coming by on the rise. And by, along comes part of a log raft. We went out with a skiff and towed it ashore. Then we had a dinner, and Pap just had to shove right over to town and sell. He locked me in and took the skiff and started off towing the raft. I judged he wouldn't be back that night. I waited a while, and then I went out with my saw and went down to work on that log again. In time, I was out of the hole. I took all the supplies, including the rifle, the old saw, the bucket, the dipper, fish lines, and everything else that was worth 1 cent. I wanted an axe, but there was only one, and I knowed what I was going to do with that. I carried everything to the canoe and then went back and put the log back into its old place and scattered some dust around so you couldn't tell that it had been sawed out. I checked to see that I hadn't left any tracks, and then I took the gun and went into the woods and shot a wild pig and took him into camp. I took the axe and smashed in the door. I beat it and hacked at it considerable doing it. I fetched the pig in the cabin and slashed his throat and let him bleed right there on the floor. Then I took a sack, filled it with rocks, and dragged it from the pig through the woods down to the river, and I dumped the whole thing in. Well, Last I pulled out some of my hair and blooded the axe real good and stuck it in the backside. Then I took the pig and dumped him into the river. And right there, I thought of something else. I went and got a bag of cornmeal from the canoe, carried it back to the cabin, tore a hole in the bottom, and then I carried it across the grass to the shallow lake that was about 5 miles wide and all full of rushes and things. The meal sifted out and made a track all the way to the lake. I dropped Pap's whetstone there, too, so as to make it look like it had been done by accident. Then I tied up the rip in the meal sack and took it back to the canoe. It was about dark now, so I dropped the canoe down the river under some willows and waited for the moon to rise. I figured they'd follow the tracks of them rocks to the shore and then drag the river for me. They'd follow that meal sack to the lake and try and find the robbers that killed me and took the things. They won't ever hunt the river for anything but dead carcasses and things, and they'll soon get tired of that and won't bother no more about me. I can go anywhere I want to now, and that was a real pleasing thought. Jackson's Island is good enough for me, and no one else ever goes there. Then I could paddle over to town nights and pick things up I want. Jackson's Island is the place to go. I reckon I slept a while, and then woke, and the moon was so bright I could have counted drift logs if I'd wanted to. I made a couple of miles and then struck out for the middle of the big river and laid down in the bottom of the canoe and just let her float. I reckon I laid there and rested and had a smoke out of my pipe, just relaxing sort of, watching the sky. I was way below the ferry now. I rose up and there it was. There was Jackson's Island, about 2.5 miles downstream, big, dark, and solid, like a steamboat without any lights. It didn't take long to get there, and I landed on the Illinois shore. I went up and sat on the log and just sort of looked out on the river. There was a little gray in the sky, so I stepped into the woods and laid down for a sort of a nap before breakfast.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 3 of 12.
The sun was so high when I waked that I judged it was, well, after 8 o'clock. I laid there in the grass in the cool shade just thinking about things, feeling rested and satisfied. I was powerful lazy and sort of comfortable, and, well, I didn't want to get up and cook breakfast. Well, I dozed off again, and all of a sudden, I thinks I hears a deep sound of a boom way up the river. Pretty soon, I hears it again. I hopped up and were trying to make my carcass come up to the top. I was pretty hungry, but I weren't going to do anything foolish like start a fire, 'cause they might see the smoke. The river's a mile wide there, and it always looked real pretty on a summer morning, just like now. So I was having a good enough time just seeing them hunting my remainders if I only had a bite to eat. Then, right there, I happened to think how they always put quicksilver in loaves of bread and float them off, 'cause they always goes right to the drowned carcass and stop right there. So says I'll keep a lookout, and if any of them's floating around after me, I'll give them a show, I sure will. I changed to the Illinois edge of the island to see what luck I could have, and I weren't disappointed, not by a long shot. A big double loaf come along right then, and I got it with a long stick. I took the plug out and shook out that little dab of quicksilver and set my teeth into it. That was baker's bread, what the quality folk eat. None of those low-down corn-throwing things. I got a good place amongst the leaves right then and sat there on a log, munching that bread and watching that ferry boat. And I was just very well satisfied. And then, all of a sudden, something struck me. I says, now I reckon the widow or that parson or somebody prayed that this bread would find me. And here it is. It has gone and done it. Yes, sir. So there ain't no doubt, but there is something in that prayer thing. Well, there's something in it when a body like the widow or the parson prays, but it sure enough don't work for me. I reckon it don't work for only just the right kind of folk. Well, here now, the ferry boat was floating with the current now, and I allowed I'd have a chance to see who was aboard when she come along. 'Cause she would come along real close, right about where the bread did. By and by, she came along, and she drifted in so close that you could have run a plank out and walked right on shore. Most everybody was on the boat. There's Pap, Judge Thatcher, Bessie Thatcher, Joe Harper, and Tom Sawyer, and his old Aunt Polly, and Sid and Mary, and there's plenty more, too. Everybody was talking about the murder.
Look sharp now.
But the captain broke in.
Turn, Sands, in the closest here. Maybe he's washed ashore. Got tangled amongst the brush at the water's edge. I hope so, anyway.
Well, I'm here to tell you, I didn't hope so. They all crowded up and leaned over the rails, nearly in my face, and kept real still, watching with all their might. I could see them first rate now, but they couldn't see me. The boat floated on and went out of sight around the shoulder of the island. I could hear the booming now and then, further and further off. And by, after about an hour, I didn't hear it no more. They turned around the foot of the island and started up the channel on the Missouri side, under steam now, and booming once in a while as they went on their way. When they got abreast of the head of the island, they dropped over to the Missouri shore, and I reckon they went home to the town. I knowed that I was all right now. Nobody else had come a-hunting for me. I made a kind of a sort of a tent out of my blankets to put my things under so the rain couldn't get to them. And I catched me a catfish, and I haggled him open with my saw, and, well, down towards sundown, I started my campfire, and I had a real good supper. Then I set out a line to catch some fish for breakfast, and then I went to bed. And so for 3 days and nights, no difference, just the same thing. But the next day, I was exploring around down through the island. I was the boss of it, you know. It all belonged to me, so to say. I wanted to know all about it, but mainly I wanted to put in the time. Well, there I was, fooling along in the deep woods till I judged I weren't far from the foot of the island. I had my gun along, but I hadn't shot nothing. It was for protection. Thought I'd kill some game nigh home. I clipped along, and all of a sudden I bounded right into the ashes of a campfire that was still smoking. My heart jumped up amongst my lungs, I'm here to tell you. I never waited to look no further, but went sneaking back on my tiptoes as fast as I could. When I got to camp, I weren't feeling very bryish. There weren't much sand in my craw, but I says that there ain't no time to be fooling around. So I got all my traps into my canoe again so as to have them out of sight. And I put out the fire and scattered the ashes around so as to look like old last year's camp, and then I clumb a tree. I reckon I must have been up there about 2 hours in that tree, and I didn't see nothing. By the time it was night, I was pretty hungry again. So when it was good and dark, I slid out from shore before the moonrise and paddled over to the Illinois bank. It's about a quarter of a mile. I went out in the woods and I cooked myself a supper. And I just about made up my mind I'd stay there all night when I hear a plunky plunk, plunky plunk. And I says to myself, horses coming. And then next I hear people's voices. I got everything into the canoe as quick as I could, and then I went creeping through the woods to see what I could find out. I hadn't gone very far when I heard a man.
We got a camp here if we find a good place. The horses are about to beat out anyhow. Let's look around.
Yeah, let's look around again.
Let's find a place to camp.
I didn't wait, not for a minute, but shoved out and paddled away real easy. I tied up an old place, and I reckoned I'd sleep in the canoe. I didn't sleep much. Not a bit of it. Every time I waked up, I thought somebody had me by the neck. So the sleep didn't do me no good hardly at all. And by, I says to myself, I can't live this way. I'm going to find out who it is that's here on this island with me. I'll find out or bust. Well, as soon as I'm thinking like that, I felt better right off. So I took my paddle and I slid out from shore just a step or two. And then I let the canoe drop along down amongst the shadows. Well, now, the moon was shining, and outside of the shadows, it made it, well, almost as light as day. I poked along, well onto an hour, I reckon. Everything was so still as rocks, and sound asleep. By that time, I was most down to the foot of the island. A little old ripply cool breeze began to blow, and it felt so good as is saying that the night was about done. I give her a turn with the paddle and brung her nose into shore. Then I got me my gun and slipped out into the edge of the woods. I sat down there on a log, just to think a bit, I guess. In a little while, I see a pale streak over the treetops, and I knowed that day was coming. So I took me my gun and slipped off towards where I'd run across that there campfire. But I had no luck somehow. I couldn't seem to find the place. By and by, sure enough, I catched a glimpse of the fire through the trees. I went for it, sort of real cautious and slow. By and by, I was close enough to have a good look. And there laid a man on the ground. It most gives me the fun toads. He had a blanket around his head, and his head was nearly in the fire. I sat there behind a clump of bushes, and about 6 feet of him, and I kept my eyes on him real steady. It was getting gray daylight now. Pretty soon, he gapped and stretched himself and hove off his blanket. What do you know? It was Miss Watson's Jim. I bet I was glad to see him. I says, "Oh there, Jim." He bounced up and stared at me sort of wild-like. Then he drops down on his knees and puts his hands together and says, Don't hurt me. Don't. I ain't never done no harm to a ghost. I always liked dead people and done all I could for 'em. You go and get in the river again, where you belong, and don't do nothing to old Jim. That always was your friend. Well, I wasn't long making him understand I really weren't dead. I was ever so glad to see old Jim. I weren't lonesome now. I told him I weren't afraid of him telling the people where I was. I talked along and along, but he only just sort of sat there and looked at me. Never said nothing. It's good daylight. Jim, let's get some breakfast. Make up the campfire real good. What's the use of making up the campfire to cook strawberries in such truck? Well, you got a gun, ain't you? Then we can get something better than strawberries. Strawberries and such truck? Is that what you live on, Jim?
I couldn't get nothing else.
How long you been on this island, Jim?
I come here the night after you was killed.
What? Oh, that time?
Yes, indeedy.
And ain't you had nothing but that kind of rubbish to eat?
No, sir. Nothing else.
Jim, you must be most starved, ain't you?
I reckon I could eat a horse. I think I could. How long you been on the island?
Since the night I got killed, Jim.
No. What did you live on? But you got a gun. Oh, yes, you got a gun. That's good. Now, you kill something, and I'll make up the fire.
So we went over to where the canoe was, and while he built a fire on a grassy open place amongst the trees, I fetched meal and bacon and coffee pot and frying pan and sugar and tin cups. And that there nigger was set back considerable, 'cause he reckoned he was all done with that witchcraft. I catched a good big catfish, too, a great bacon, and Jim cleaned him with his knife, and I fried him. When breakfast was ready, we lolled on the grass and ate it, smoking hot. Jim laid to it with all his might. See, he is most starved. But then when we got pretty well stuffed, we laid off and just lazied sort of.
But looky here, Huck. Who was it that was killed in that shanty, if it wasn't you?
Well, right there, I told him the whole thing, and he said he was smart. He said Tom Sawyer couldn't get up no better plan than what I did. How did you come to be here, Jim? And how did you get here?
Well, maybe I better not tell you.
Why not, Jim?
Well, there's reasons. But you wouldn't tell on me if I was to tell you, would you, Huck?
Blamed if I would, Jim.
Well, I believe you. I run off.
Jim, you didn't.
But mind, you said you wouldn't tell. You know you said you wouldn't tell, Huck.
Well, Jim, that I did. I said I wouldn't. And I'll stick to it. Honest Injun, I will, Jim. People would call me a low-down abolitionist and despise me for keeping mum, but that don't make no difference, Jim. A promise is a promise. I ain't going to tell. I ain't going back there anyway, so now let's hear all about it, Jim.
Well, you see, it is this way. Old Mrs., that's Miss Watson, she picks on me all the time and treats me pretty rough, but she always said she wouldn't sell me down to Orleans. But I noticed there was a nigger trader around the place considerable lately. I begin to get uneasy. Well, one night I creeps to the door pretty late, and the door wasn't quite shut. And I hear old Mrs. tell the widow she going to sell me down to Orleans. But she didn't want to. But she could get $800 for me, and it is such a big stack of money, she couldn't resist. I lit out mighty quick, I tell you. I tuck out, shin down the hill, expect to steal a skiff along the shore, somewhere above the town. I hid in the old tumble-down cooper shop on the bank to wait for everybody to go away. Well, I was there all night. There was somebody around all the time. Long about 6 in the morning, skiffs begin to go by, and about 8 or 9, every skiff that went along was talking about how your pap come over to the town and say you's killed. These last gifts was full of ladies and gentlemen going over for to see the place. Sometimes they'd pull up at the show and take a rest before they started. Crossed. So by the talk, I got to know all about the kid. I was powerful sorry you was killed, Huck, but I ain't no more now. I laid there under the shavings all day. Oh, I was hungry, but I wanted to feed. Well, when it come dark, I took out up the river road and went about 2 miles or more to where there weren't no houses. I'd made up my mind about what I was going to do. You see, if I kept on trying to get away afoot, the dogs would track me. If I stole a skiff to cross over, they'd miss that skiff, and they'd know about where I'd land on the other side and where to pick up my track. So, I says, a raft is what I oughta. You don't make no track. I see a light a-comin' round the bank by and by, so I swum out to the stern of it, and I took a hold. Then I climbed up, and I laid down on the planks in the dock. I reckoned that by 4 in the morning, I'd be 25 miles down the river. And then I'd just slip in the river and swim ashore and take to the woods on the Illinois side. But I didn't have no luck. When we was most down to the head of the island, a man began to come aft with a lantern. I see it wasn't no use for the weight, so I slid overboard and struck out for the island. Well, I had a notion I could land most anywheres, but I couldn't. The bank, too bluffy. I was most to the foot of the island before I found a good place. And I went into the woods and judged I wouldn't fool with rafts no more, as long as they moved the lantern around so. I had my pipe and a plug, a dog leg, and some matches in my cap. And they weren't wet, so I was all right.
You mean to tell me, Jimmy, you ain't had no meat nor bread to eat in all that time?
No, sir. Nary a bite. Where I going to get 'em?
Well, I reckon that's right. You had to keep in the woods all the time, of course. Did you hear them shooting a cannon?
Oh, yes. I know they was after you. I see 'em go by ahead. Watched 'em through the bushes.
Jim saw some birds, and the way that they was flying, he said it was a sign that it was going to rain. And then he told me about other signs that bring bad luck. And I asked him if there weren't any good luck signs. And he says to me,
mighty few, and they ain't no use to a body. What do you want to know when good luck's a-coming for? You want to keep it off? If you've got hairy arms and a hairy breast, it's a sign that you're going to be rich.
Jim, ain't you got hairy arms and a hairy breast, ain't you?
What's the use to ask that question? Don't you see I has?
Well, I reckon you ain't rich.
No, but I've been rich once. I'm going to be rich again. Once I had $14, but I took to speculating and got busted out.
What did you speculate in, Jim?
Well, first I tackled stock, cattle, you know. I put $10 in a cow, but I ain't gonna do that no more. The cow up and died on my hands.
So you lost the $10?
No, not all of it. Only lost about 9. I got $1.10 for the hide and tallow.
I reckon you had $5.10 left. Did you speculate any more, Jim?
Yes, you know that one-legged nigger belongs to Mr. Bradish? Well, he set up a bank, and he say anybody that put in $1 would get $4 more at the end of the year. Well, all the niggers went in, but they didn't have much. I was the only one that had much. So I stuck out for more than $4. And I said, if I didn't get it, I'd start a bank myself. So he said I could put in my $5 and he'd pay me $35 at the end of the year. The next day, the one-legged nigger, he said the bank's busted. So they didn't give none of us no money.
Jim, what did you do with the 10 cents?
Well, the preacher say, whoever give to the poor, lend to the Lord. I'm bound to get his money back 100 times. So I did. Nothing never come of it, and I couldn't have managed to collect that money no way. Now, I ain't gonna lend no more money. Don't I see the security?
Well, I reckon it's all right, Jim, as long as you don't be rich again sometime or other.
Yeah, and I was rich now, come to look at it. I owns myself, and I was worth $800. I wished I had the money. I wouldn't want no more.
I reckon I wanted to do some checking around the island, and we did about, halfway up a tolerable steep hill. We found a cave about as big as, maybe 2 or 3 rooms. So we lugged all the traps up there and built a fire and cooked dinner just as it started to storm. The river rose for 10 or 12 days, maybe more, and parts of the island was flooded. Daytimes we paddled all over the island in a canoe. Our cave sure was nice during that time. One night, just afore daylight, a frame house came down the river, and we clumb in the upstairs window and waited for daylight. When the light came, we saw something lying on the floor. It looked like a man. Jim says,
Hey, you.
But it didn't budge none. So I hollered, and then Jim says,
The man ain't asleep. He's dead. You hold still, I'll go and see. It's a dead man. Yes, indeed. He's naked, too. He's been shot in the back. I reckon he's been dead 2-3 days. Come in, Huck. But don't look at his face. It's too ghastly.
I didn't look at him at all. I didn't want to even go over near him. We went over the house and gathered up everything that might have some value and loaded the stuff into the canoe. Altogether, I reckon we made a pretty good haul. Got some tools and clothes and odds and ends of things left when people leave in a hurry. And then we started back to the island. And we got home all safe and sound. After breakfast that day, we talked and rummaged through the clothes we'd gotten, and we found $8 sewed up in the old overcoat. The people in the house must have stole that there coat and didn't know about the money, else they never would have left it, I reckon. The women's clothes we'd found didn't seem to have any use for us, but we decided to keep them anyhow. We just sort of lazed around. Outside of Jim's getting bit by a rattlesnake that curled up in his blanket, and him getting pretty sick, nothing much else happened. I fed him a piece of the snake, all cooked, of course, and tied the rattles around his wrist. And then he started to drink out of Pa's old jug. And after, I reckon it was about 4 days and 4 nights, the swelling went down, and, good old Jim was up and around again. Well, the days went along, and the river went down between its banks again, but things were getting slow and dull, and I reckon I wanted to get a stirring up some way. I told Jim I thought I'd go over to the town. Well, Jim, he liked the idea, He said I must go at night, of course, and be real awful careful. Then he studied it over and said, could I put on some of them old things from the house and dress up like a girl? And so I did, and practiced around all day to get the hang of things. And I reckon by and by I could do pretty well by them. Only trouble was Jim said I didn't walk like a girl. And he said I got to quit pulling up my gown to get in my breeches pocket. I reckon I took notice, and pretty soon I was doing real good. I started up the Illinois shore just after dark. I started across the drift of the current that fetched me at the very bottom of that third town. I tied up and started along the bank. There's a light burning in a little shanty that hadn't been lived in for a long time, I reckon, and I wondered who'd took up quarters there. I slipped up nice and easy and quiet-like and peeked in the window. There was a woman about 40-year-old in there, knitting by a candle that was on that pine table. I didn't know her face. She's a stranger, for you couldn't start a face in that there town that I didn't know. Now, this was lucky, 'cause I was weakening. I was getting awful afraid I'd come and people know my voice and find me out. But if this woman had been in such a little town only 2 days, she could tell me all I wanted to know. I knocked at the door and made up my mind I wouldn't forget I was a girl.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 4 of 12.
Come in. Take a chair. Oh, and what might your name be?
Sir William.
Well, whereabouts do you live? In this neighborhood?
No, ma'am. In Huckleberry, 7 miles below. I walked all the way, and I'm all tired out.
Hungry, too, I reckon. Well, I'll find you something.
No, ma'am, I ain't hungry. I ate. That's what makes me so late. My mother's down sick, and I come to tell my Uncle Abner Moore. He's supposed to live at the upper end of the town. Do you know him?
No, but I haven't lived here quite 2 weeks. Maybe you'd better stay here tonight. Here, take off your bonnet.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'll rest a while, I reckon, and then I'll go on. I ain't afeard of the dark.
She wanted me to wait and have her husband go with me, and just rattled on and on about everything and anything. And at last, she got down to where I was murdered. So right there, I reckon I'd better ask some questions.
Who done it? We don't get much news down in Huckleberry.
So, well, I reckon there's a right smart lot of people here that'd like to know who killed Huck Finn. Some think the old man Finn done it himself.
You don't say.
Most everybody thought it at first. You'll never know how nigh he came to getting lynched. But then they changed, and they judged it was done by a runaway nigger named Jim.
I reckoned I'd better stay still and just let her run on.
Oh, Finn, he went boo-hooing to Judge Thatcher to get money to hunt for the nigger all over Illinois with. The judge gave him some, and that evening he got drunk and was round till after midnight with a couple of mighty hard-looking strangers, and then went off with him. Well, he ain't been seen since. Now there's a reward out for him. $200 and 3 on the nigger. Now everybody's back to thinking the old man done it to try to get Huck's money without a lawsuit.
Well, ma'am, if they think the old man done it, why are they still looking for the nigger?
Why, for the $300, of course. I got the idea that maybe he might be on Jackson Island, since I saw some smoke over there, and since no one lives over there. I told my husband, and he and another man is going over to see tonight.
Ma'am, couldn't they see better if they waited till daylight?
Oh, yes, and so could the nigger.
I reckon I didn't think of that.
That there woman kept looking at me pretty curious, and I didn't feel a bit comfortable. Pretty soon she says,
Now, what did you say your name was, honey?
My name, Mary Williams, ma'am.
Honey, I thought you said it was Sarah when you first come in.
Yes, ma'am, I did. Sarah Mary Williams. Sarah's my first name. Some calls me Mary, and some calls me Sarah.
Oh, that's the way of it?
Oh, yes, ma'am, that's the way it is.
Then she started talking and having me do things like threading needles, and had me throwing a chunk of lead at some rats that they're around the place, and generally making me feel real uncomfortable. I never liked to help wind yarn, but she had me doing this too. And finally she says real pleasant,
Come on now. What's your real name?
What, ma'am?
What's your real name? Is it Bill, or Tom, or Bob, or what is it?
I reckon I shook like a leaf. I didn't hardly know what to do. But then I said,
Please don't poke fun at a poor girl like me, Mom. If I'm in the way up here, well,
no, you won't. No, you won't. You just sit right down there and stay where you are. I ain't going to tell on you neither. You just tell me your secret and you trust me, and I'll keep it. We'll just pretend you're a runaway apprentice, that's all. Now you tell me all about it. That's a good boy.
So I reckon I saw I was going to have to change my story somewhat. So I went along with her story and told her that I was an orphan and had been bound over to a mean old farmer. And he treated me so bad that I stole some of his daughter's clothes, and I just flat cleared out. I said I believed my Uncle Abner Moore would take just real good care of me, so I lit out for this here town of Goshen.
Goshen, child? Well, child, this ain't Goshen. This is St. Petersburg. Goshen's 10 miles further up the river.
Well, ma'am, that there being the case, I reckon I'd better be moving along. I'll fetch Goshen before daylight.
Now, you hold on a minute. I'll put up a snack for you to eat. You might want it.
Then she started asking me a whole mess of questions that she figured only a country boy would know. And when I answered them all right, she says,
Well, I reckon you have lived in the country. I thought maybe you was trying to hocus me again. Now, what's your real name now?
George Peters, ma'am.
Well, you try to remember it, George. And don't forget and tell me something else before you leave. And don't you go about women and that old calico. You do a girl tolerable poor, but you might fool men some, maybe. Now, you trot along to your uncle, and if you get into trouble, you send word to Mrs. Judith Loftus. Judith Loftus, which is me, and I'll do all I can to get you out of it.
I went up the bank to where the canoe was and started for the island. I landed where an old camp was and started a good fire there on a high, dry spot. Then I jumped in the canoe and dug out for our place about 1.5 miles below, just as hard as I could go. And once there, I roused Jim and says,
Come on, Jim. Get up. Hump yourself. There ain't a minute to lose. They're after us.
Jim never asked no questions, but by the way he worked, he showed how he was real scared. In half an hour, everything we had was on our raft, and she was ready to be shoved out from where she was hid. I took a good look at that river, but I couldn't see nothing. And then we got out the raft and slipped down the river past the foot of the island, dead still. Neither of us never saying a word. I reckon it must have been close on to 1 o'clock when we got below the island, and that there raft seemed to go mighty slow. If the men went to the island, I just expect they found the campfire I built and watched it all night for Jim to come. Anyways, I reckon they stayed away from us. When the first streak of daylight began to show, we tied up to a towhead in the big bend on the Illinois side and covered the raft with cottonwood branches. A towhead is a sort of a sandbar that has cottonwoods on it, as thick as her teeth. We laid there all day just watching the river. I told Jim all about the time I had with that there jabbering woman. Then she started talking and had me do things. When it was beginning to come on dark, we poked our heads out of that there cottonwood thicket and looked up and down and across. Nothing in sight. So Jim took up some of them top planks of the raft and built a snug wigwam to get under in blazing weather and rainy type weather and would keep everything dry. Jim, he made a floor for the wigwam. He raised it a foot or more above the level of the raft, so now the blankets and all the traps was out of the reach of the steamboat waves. Right in the middle of the wigwam, we made a layer of dirt about 5 or 6 inches deep with a frame all around. For, you see, it would hold the dirt in place. And on this we could build a fire. That's for the sloppy weather or when it's chilly. And the wigwam would keep us from being seen. We made extra steering oar, too, because one of the others might get broke on a snag or something. The 5th night, we passed St. Louis, and it was like the whole wide world was lit up. In St. Petersburg, they used to say there was 20 or 30,000 people in St. Louis, but I never believed it till I seen that wonderful spread of lights at 2 o'clock in the morning on that there still night. There weren't a sound there. Everybody was fast asleep. Every night now, I used to slip ashore toward 10 o'clock at some little old town or village and buy 15 or 10 cents worth of meal or bacon and other stuff to eat. And sometimes I lifted a chicken that weren't roosting too comfortable. And I took him along, too. You know, Pap always said, take a chicken when you get a chance. Because if you don't want 'em yourself, I reckon you can easy find somebody that does. And a good deed ain't never forgot. That there's what Pap always said. You know, I never did see Pap when he didn't want the chicken himself. But then that's what he used to say anyway. Mornings before daylight, I slipped into cornfields and borrowed a watermelon or a mushmelon or a pumpkin or some new corn and things of that there kind. Pap always said that it weren't no harm to borrow things if you was meaning to pay them back sometime. But the widow said it weren't anything but sort of a soft name for stealing, and no decent body would do it. Jim said he reckoned the widow was partly right and Pap was partly right. So the best way would be for us to pick out 2 or 3 things from the list and say we wouldn't borrow them no more. And he reckoned it wouldn't be no harm to borrow the others. You know, we talked it over all night, drifting along down the river, trying to make up our minds whether to drop them there watermelons or the cantaloupes or the mushmelons or whatever. But toward daylight, we got it all settled flat satisfactory and concluded to drop the crab apples and the persimmons. We weren't feeling just right before that, but now everything was all comfy again. I was glad the way it come out, because, you see, crab apples ain't ever good, and persimmons won't be ripe for 2 or 3 months yet. The 5th night below St. Louis, we had a big storm after midnight with a powerful bunch of thunder and lightning, and the rain poured down in one solid sheet. We stayed in the wigwam and let the raft take care of herself. And by says I, "Hello, Jim, looky yonder. It was a steamboat that had flat killed herself on the rock. We was drifting straight down for her. The lightning showed her very distinct. She was sort of leaning over with part of her upper deck above water, and you could see every little chimney guy clean and clear, and the chair by the big bell, and an old slouch hat hanging on the back of it. You could see it every time the flashes come. Let's land on her, Jim.
I don't want to go fooling along in no rat. We's doing blame well, and we better let blame well alone, as the good book says. Like as not, there's a watchman on that rat.
Jim, there ain't no watchman on this mess. And besides, we might borrow something worth having out of the captain's stateroom. Cigars. Oh, I can taste them now. I'll bet you there, Jim, and cost 5 cents a piece solid cash. Steamboat captains is always rich, you know, and get $60 a month. And they don't care a cent what things cost. That's the way it is, Jim, as long as they want it. Jim grumbled a little bit about that, but give in right off, and we made fast for the raft. Well, we got on her deck and started looking around, and pretty soon found the captain's cabin. The door was open, and down the Texas hall we saw a light. And in the same second, we heard some low voices.
I was feeling powerful sick. Come on, Huck. Let's go.
I was going to start for the raft with Jim when I all of a sudden heard...
Please don't. I won't ever tell.
That's a lie, Jim Tunney. You've acted this way before. You always want more than your share of the truck, and you've always got it, too.
No, Bill,
Because you've always swore if you didn't, you'd tell.
Oh, please, Bill.
But this time you said it just one time too many.
I won't ever tell.
You're the meanest, treacherous hound in this country.
By this time, Jim was gone for the raft, but I crept aft in the dark till I could see in that there room. And there, I saw one man stretched out on the floor, and 2 men standing over him, one with a lantern and one with a pistol pointed at that there feller on the floor.
Mean skunk.
Oh, please don't, Bill. I ain't never gonna tell.
Dead you ain't. You never said no truer thing in that.
Oh, no.
You
No.
bet you.
No, Jake.
Hear him beg. Hear him beg.
I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
we had
tell.
the best of him and tied him up. He'd have killed us both. And what for? Just for nothing. Just 'cause we stood on our rights. That's what for. But I lay you ain't going to threaten nobody no more, Jim Turner. Put up that pistol, Bill. I don't want to, Jake Packard. I'm for killing him. And didn't he kill old Hatfield the same way? And he don't deserve it. But I don't want to kill him. I've got my reasons for it.
Oh, thanks. Bless your heart-splitting words, Jake.
They started out, both Jake and Bill, and I hid in the stateroom clear up on the upper berth. And sure enough, that there's where they was about to come. I could see them, but they couldn't see me. I even held my breath, and I heard them talking real low.
He said he's still, and he will. If we was to give both our shares to him now, it wouldn't make no difference after the row and the way we served him. Sure as you're born, he'll turn state's evidence. Now, you hear me. I'm for putting him out of his troubles.
So am I.
Blame it, I'd sort of begun to think you wasn't. Well, that's all right then. Let's go and do it.
Hold on a minute. You listen to me. Shooting's good, but there's quieter ways if the thing's got to be done. I say there's no sense taking a risk if you don't have to. Ain't that so?
You bet it is. But how are you going to manage it?
Well, listen, my idea is this. We'll gather up the stuff and shove for shore and hide the truck. Then we'll wait. It won't be long for this old wreck it's going to slide off here and sink, you see? He'll be drowned. I reckon that's considerable better than killing him. I'm unfavorable of killing a man as long as you can get around it.
it ain't good sense. It ain't good morals. Ain't I right?
Well, yes, I reckon you are. But suppose she don't break up and walks off.
Well, we can wait 2 hours and see, can't we?
All right. Then let's gather up the stuff.
So they started, and I lit out and scrambled forward and whispered, "Jim," and he answered with a moan. "Quick, Jim," says I. "It ain't no time for fooling around and moaning. There's a gang of murderers in yonder. And if we don't hunt up their boat and set her drifting down the river so's these fellas can't get away from the wreck, there's one of them going to be in a bad fix. But if we find their boat, we can put 'em all in a bad fix, for the sheriff will get 'em. Quick, Jim, hurry! I'll hunt the larboard side, you hunt the starboard. You start at the raft."
Oh, my lordy, lordy. Rev, there ain't no more. She done broke loose and gone. And here we is.
Well, right there I catch my breath, and I most fainted, I reckon. We got to find that boat now, that's all there is to it. We just has to for ourselves. Finally, we located it and was just going to climb in her when all of a sudden a door opened. I thought we was goners right there, but they didn't see us. One of them threw a bag in the boat, and they both got in and sat down.
All ready. Shut off. Hold on. You go through him? No, it isn't. Didn't you?
No. So he's got his share of the cash yet.
Well, then, come on. No use to take truck and leave cash.
So they got out and went in. And just as the door slammed, I was in the boat, and Jim came tumbling in after me. I out with my knife and cut the rope, and away we went. Jim manned the oars, and we took out after our raft. And then I says to Jim, "The first light we see, Jim, we'll land 100 yards below it or above it, in a place where it's a good hiding place for you and the skiff. And then I'll go for that there gang and get them out of their scrape so that they can be hung when their time comes." But that there idea was a failure, I reckon, for pretty soon it begun to storm again, and this time it was worser than ever. We boomed along down the river watching for lights and watching for our raft. And after a long time, the rain let up, but the clouds just stayed on. And the lightning kept whimpering and whimpering. And by, a flash showed us a sort of a black thing ahead, floating. And we made for it right off. What do you know? It was a raft. And mighty glad we was to get aboard her again soon, yes. We seen a light now, way down to the right, on the shore. So I said I'd go for it. The skiff was half full of plunder, which that there gang had stole there on the wreck. We hustled it onto the raft in a big pile. I told Jim to float along down and show a light when he judged he'd gone about 2 miles, and keep it burning till I come for him. And then I manned my oars and shoved off for the light. As I got down towards it, 3 or 4 more lights showed up on a hillside. I reckoned it was a village. I closed in above the shoreline and laid on my oars and just sort of floated. As I went by, I see it was a lantern hanging on the jackstaff of the double hull of the ferry boat. Well, I finally found the watchman, and I told him a story about my folks being on the wreck, and would he go and please rescue them for me? After a while, and after a lot of questions, he said okay, and he told me to go to the village and tell the people all about it. So I took off in the dark and watched. But before he could get going, here comes the wreck floating. She was floating very deep, and I didn't see how anyone could be alive, so I took off after Jim and the raft. It took a long time, but I finally found him about dawn, and we struck for an island and hid the raft and sunk the skiff and turned in and I reckon we slept like dead people. By and by, when we got up, we turned over the truck the gang had stole off the wreck, and we found all kinds of good things. Clothes and all sorts of things, including some books and 3 wonderful boxes of cigars. We hadn't been so rich before in, well, neither of our lives, as a matter of fact. The cigars, they was prime good. We laid off all afternoon just talking, and me reading the books, and just having a general good time. I read considerable to Jim about kings and dukes and earls and such, and he was real interested.
I didn't know there was so many of them. I ain't hearing about none of them. Scarcely. But old King Solomon, unless you counts them kings that's in a pack of cards. How much do a king get?
Get, Jim? Why, they get $1,000 a month if they want it. They can have just as much as they want. Everything belongs to them.
Ain't that gay? And what do they got to do, Huck?
They don't got to do nothing, Jim. Well, how you talk? They just sit around. They got nothing to do.
No. Is that so?
Yes, and other times, when things is dull, they fuss with the Parliament. And if everybody don't do just so, he whacks their heads off. But mostly they just hang around the harem.
Round the which?
The harem, Jim.
What's the harem?
The harem, Jim. That there's a place where he keeps his wives. Don't you know about the harem? Solomon had one. He had at least 1 million wives.
Why, yes, that's so. I done forgot it. A harem's a boarding house, I reckon. Most likely they has rackety times in the nursery. And I reckon the wives quarrels considerable, and that increased the racket. That I remember, they say Solomon was the wisest man that ever lived. I don't take no stock in that.
Well, Jim, he was the wisest man anyhow, because the widow, she told me her own self about him.
Oh, I don't care what the widow says. He wasn't no wise man, nother. He had some of the digitest ways I ever seen. Does you know about that child that he's gone chopping to?
I reckon I do, Jim. The widow told me all about it.
Well, now, want that the beatenest notion in the world?
I reckon.
You just take and look at it a minute, yeah. That's the stuff right there. Now, that's one of the women. Here's you. That's the other one. As Solomon. And, and this here dollar bill's the child. Both of you claims it. Now, what does I do? Does I shin around amongst the neighbors and find out which one you the bill belonged to and hand it over to the right one, all safe and sound, the way that anybody that had any gumption would do? No. I take and whack the bill in two and give half of it to you and the other half to the other woman. That's the way Solomon was going to do with the child. Now, I want to ask you, what's the use of that half a bill? Can't buy nothing with it. And what's use is a half child? Why, I would give darn for 1 million of them.
But hang it, Jim, you've clean missed the whole point of the thing, Jim. You missed it 1,000 miles.
Blame the point. I reckon I knows what I knows. And mind you, the real fight is down further. It's down deeper. It lays in the way Solomon was raised. You take a man that's got only one or two children, is that man going to be wasteful of children? No, he ain't. He can't afford it. He know how to value 'em. But you take a man that's got about 5 million children running round the house, and that's different. He'll soon chop a child in two as a cat. There's plenty more. Child or two, more or less, won't no consequence to Solomon. Can't fetch him.
I never did see such a nigger. He was the most down on Solomon of any nigger I ever seen. So I went to talking about other things, other kings, and let Solomon slide. I told him about some of the French kings and how some of them had come to this here country and got jobs at learning people to speak French.
Why, Huck, don't the French people talk the same way we does?
Ain't it?
Of course.
And ain't it natural and right for a cat and a cow to talk different from us?
Why, most surely it is.
Well, then, I reckon, ain't it natural and right for a Frenchman to talk different from us? Now, you just answer me that, Jim.
Is a cat a man, Huck?
No.
Well, then, she ain't got no business to talk like a man. Is a Frenchman a man?
Yes.
Well, then, Dad, blame it. Why don't he talk like a man? You answer me that.
Right there. I could see it weren't no use wasting words, so I just flat quit.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 5 of 12.
We judged the 3 nights more would bring us to Cairo, where the Ohio River comes in, and that was what we was after. We'd sell the raft there and get on steamboat and go way up the Ohio, among the free states, and then we'd flat be out of trouble. Well, the second night a fog begun to come in on us, and our troubles really started. I tried to tie up the raft by going ahead in a canoe, but she broke away, and before I could get straightened out, the raft was gone in the fog. I reckon I spent most of that night trying to find that blame thing in the fog. I never was so mixed up, but finally I just let the canoe drift. And then I took a nap, and when I woke up, the stars was out and the fog was gone, and I could see just a little, and I spotted the raft and I paddled to it. Jim was sitting there sound asleep with one arm over the steering oar. The raft was littered up with branches and leaves and dirt and stuff. I could see that she'd had a rough time. I made fast and laid down under Jim's nose on the raft and begun to gap and stretch my fists out against Jim. And then I said, "Hi there, Jim. Have you been asleep? Why didn't you stir me up?"
Goodness gracious. Is that you, Huck? And you ain't dead. You ain't drowned. You's back again. Oh, it's too good for true, honey. It's too good for true. Let me look at you, child. Let me feel of you. No, you ain't dead. You's back again, live and sound. Just the same old Huck. The same old Huck, thanks to goodness.
What's the matter with you, Jim? You been drinking or something?
Drinking? Has I been drinking? Has I had a chance to be a drinking?
Well then, what makes you talk so wild?
How does I talk wild?
How? Why, hadn't you been talking about my coming back and all that stuff, as if I'd been away someplace?
Huck Finn, you look me in the eye. Look me in the eye. Ain't you been gone away?
Jim, me gone away? What in the nation do you mean? I ain't been gone nowhere. Where would I go?
Why, looky here, boss. There's something wrong. Didn't you tote out the line in the canoe for me to make fast to the towhead?
No, I didn't. What towhead? I ain't seen no towhead.
You ain't seen no towhead. Looky here. Didn't the line pull loose and the raft go a-humming down the river and leave you in the canoe behind me in the fog?
What fog, Jim?
Why, the fog. The fog that's been around all night. And didn't you hoop, and didn't I hoop, till we got all mixed up in the islands, and then one of us got lost and the other was just as good as lost, 'cause he didn't know why he was. And didn't I bust up again a lot of them islands and have a terrible time and most get drowned it? Now ain't that so, boss? Ain't it so? You answer me that.
Well, there's too many for me, Jim. I ain't seen no fog, nor I ain't seen no islands, nor no troubles, no nothing. I've been sitting here talking with you all night till you went to sleep about 10 minutes ago. I reckon I done the same. You couldn't have got drunk in that time, so, of course, Jim, you been dreaming.
Oh, Dad, fetch it, how is I going to dream all that in 10 minutes' time?
Well, hang it all, Jim, you did dream it, because none of them fair things happened.
But, Huck, it's all just as plain to me as...
It don't make no difference how plain it is, Jim. There ain't nothing to it, that's all. I know, 'cause I've been here all the time.
Well, then, I reckon I did dream it, Huck. But dog my cats if it ain't the powerfulest dream I ever seen. And I ain't ever had no dream before that's tired me like this one.
Oh, that's all right, because a dream does tire a body, like everything sometimes. But this one was a staving dream. Tell me about it, Jim. So Jim went right to work and told me the whole thing right through, just as it happened. Only, of course, he painted it up considerable. Then he said he must start in to interpret it, because it was sent as a warning. He said the first towhead stood for a man that would try to do us some good, but the current was another man that would get us away from him. A lot of towheads was all kinds of troubles we was going to get into with some quarrelsome people and all kinds of mean folks. But if we minded our own business and didn't talk back and aggravate them, we'd pull through and get out of that there fog and into the big clear river, which was the Free States, and we wouldn't have no more trouble. Oh, well, that's all interpreted well enough as far as it goes, Jim, but what does these things stand for? It was the leaves and the rubbish on the raft and the smashed oar. You could see them in the light now. Jim looked at the trash, and in a little while he got the facts sort of straight again, and then he looked at me, and without even smiling, he says,
What do they stand for? I gonna tell you. When I got all wore out with work, and with the calling for you, and went to sleep, my heart was most broke because you was lost. And I didn't care no more what become of me and the raft. And when I wake up and find you back again, all safe and sound, the tears come, and I could have got down on my knees and kissed your foot. I was so thankful. Then all you was thinking about was how you could make a fool of old Jim with a lie. That truck there is trash. And trash is what people is that puts dirt on the head of their friends and makes them ashamed.
Then he got up real slow and walked to the wigwam and went in there without saying anything but that. But I reckon that was enough. It made me feel so mean, I could almost kissed his foot to get him to take it back. I reckon it was 15 minutes before I could work myself up to go in and humble myself to a nigger. But I done it. I weren't ever sorry for it afterwards neither. I didn't do him no more mean tricks, no siree. And I wouldn't have done that if I'd knowed that it'd make him feel that way. We slept most of all that day and started out at night keeping a sharp lookout for Cairo. I heard tell it was a small town and we didn't want to miss it. Every once in a while, Jim would jump up and say, but it weren't. It was a jack-o'-lantern or lightning bugs. Jim was worried because if we missed Cairo, he'd be in slave country again and no more show for freedom. I got to thinking, just sitting there, and all of a sudden it come to me that he was most free. And who was to blame for it? Me, that's who. I reckon I couldn't get that out of my conscience. No how, no way. And I just kept thinking about it. He'd got to troubling me so that I couldn't even rest. It hadn't ever come home to me before. What was this thing that I was doing? Conscience says to me, what had poor Miss Watson done to you that you could see her nigger right out from underneath your eyes and never say a single word? Why, she's a nice woman. She tried to learn you your book. She tried to learn you your manners. She tried to be good to you every way she knowed how. That's what she done. I got to feeling so mean and so miserable, I most wished I was dead, I reckon. Jim talked all the time on how when he was free, he was going to save his money and buy his wife, which was owned on a farm close to Miss Watson. Then they both saved their money and buy the children, the 2 children. And if their master wouldn't sell them, they'd get abolitionists to go and steal them. It most froze me to hear such talk. Here was this nigger, which I as good as helped run away, coming right out flat-footed and saying that he'd steal his children, and children that belonged to a man that I reckon I didn't even know, a man that had never done me no harm at all. My conscience got to stirring me up harder than ever.
We safe, Huck. We safe. Jump up and crack your heels. That's the good old Cairo at last. I just knows it.
I'll take the canoe and go see Jim. It mightn't be, you know.
Pretty soon I'll be a-shouting for joy. And I'll say, it's all on account of old Huck. As a free man. And I couldn't ever been free if it hadn't been for Huck. Huck done it. Jim won't ever forget you, Huck. You was the best friend Jim's ever had. And you's the only friend old Jim's got now.
I was paddling off, all in a sweat to tail on him. But when he says this, it seemed to kind of take the tuck out of me. I reckon when I was about 50 yards off, I could hear Jim.
There you go. The old true Huck. The only white German that ever kept his promise to old Jim.
Well, right there, I just got sick. But I says, I got to do it. I just got to do it. I can't get out of it. Right then, a skiff comes along with 2 men with guns.
What's that yonder? It's just a piece of raft. Do you belong on it?
Yes, sir.
Any men on it?
Only one, sir.
Well, there's 5 niggers run off tonight up yonder. Is your man white or black?
I didn't answer up real prompt. I tried to tell on Jim, but I just hadn't the spunk of a rabbit, so I says,
He's white. I guess we'll go see for ourselves.
I wish you would, because it's Pap who's there, and he's real sick, and so's Mom and Mary Ann.
That'll give you almost 20 miles, and then you tell whoever you see your Pap has the chills and fever, and don't let him guess what's the matter. And I suppose you're poor as well. I'll put a $20 gold piece on this boat, and you get it when it floats by.
Hold on, Parker. Here's a 20 to put on the boat for me. Goodbye, boy.
You do as Mr. Parker told you. You'll be all right. That's so, my boy. Goodbye. Goodbye. If you see any runaway niggers, you get help and nab them, and you can make some money on it. Thank you very much, sir, and bye, sir. I sure won't let no runaway niggers get by me if I can help it. They went off, and I got back aboard the raft, feeling pretty low. I knowed I wouldn't feel no better if I'd turned Jim in, so I sort of figured not to worry any more about it. Jim had hid in the river, and he'd come back on board when the man was out of sight, and he says, I was listening to all the talk, and I slips into the river and was going to shove for shore if they come aboard. Then I was going to swim to the raft again when they was gone. But lawsy, how you did fool 'em, Huck. That was the smartest dodge. I tell you, child, I expect it save old Jim. Old Jim ain't going to forget you for that, honey. We tied up and hid the raft real good. And then the next night, started on looking for Cairo. By daylight, we noticed the color of the water had changed. Along the shore, it was clear Ohio water. And on the outside, it was old muddy. So I reckon it was all up with Cairo. That night, to make matters worse, we got in the path of a big riverboat. Jim jumped one way and I went the other, and the boat went smashing right through the raft. I sung out for Jim and didn't get any answer, so I grabbed the plank and struck out for shore. I finally made it and got ashore. About a quarter of a mile on, I run across a big old-fashioned cabin. I was going to rush right on by and get away, but a lot of dogs jumped out and went to howling and barking at me. I know better than to move, not another peg. Be gone, boys. Who's there? It's me, sir. Who's me? George Jackson, sir. What do you want? I don't want nothing, sir. I only want to get along by. But the dogs won't let me. What are you prowling around here this time of night for, eh? I wasn't prowling around, sir. I fell overboard off that there steamboat. Oh, you did you? Strike a light there, somebody. What did you say your name was? George Jackson, sir. I'm only a boy. Looky here. If you're telling the truth, you needn't be afraid. Nobody will hurt you. But don't try to budge. Stand right where you are.
Rouse out, Bob and Tom, some of you. And fetch the gun.
George Jackson, is there anybody with you? Oh, no, sir, nobody. Well, that may be so, and it mayn't. Now, all ready? Step forward, George Jackson. And mind you, don't hurry. Come mighty slow. Come slow. Push the door open yourself. Just enough to squeeze in, you hear?
Why, he ain't no shepherd, friend. No, there ain't any shepherd son about him. Well, Sonny, why don't you tell me about yourself?
Why, bless you soul, the poor thing's wet as can be. And don't you reckon it may be he's hungry?
True for you, Rachel. I forgot.
A young boy called Buck come in real sleepy like. He took me and got me some dry clothes. And we talked a little, and then they gave me something to eat. They all asked me questions. I told them how Pap and me and all the family was living on a little farm down at the bottom of Arkansas. And my sister Mary Ann run off and got married. And she's never heard from no more. And Bill went to hunt him, and he weren't never heard from no more either. And Tom and Mort died. And then there weren't nobody but just me and Pap left. And
he was just trimmed down to nothing on account of his troubles and all. So when he died, I took what there was left, 'cause the farm didn't belong to us, really. Well, I started up the river, a deck passage, and fell overboard. And that's how come I to be right here now. So they said I could have a home there as long as I wanted it. When we got up the next morning, I sure did enjoy looking around the house. And it sure was a fine house, too, with lots of pictures and books and things. As fine a house as I'd ever seen. It was a good house, a cool and comfortable place. Nothing could be better. And weren't the cooking good, and just bushels of it, too. Colonel Grangerford was a gentleman, you see. He was well born, as the saying is, and that's worth as much in a man as it is in a horse. All the family treated him and the old lady with a great deal of respect, and it was sure nice to see all them good manners. I'm here to tell you it was a handsome lot of quality. There was more aristocracy around there, too. 5 or 6 families, mostly of the name Shepherdson, just as fine as the Grangerfords. One day, Buck and me was in the woods, and we heard this here horse a-comin'. Jump for cover! We done it. And then we saw Harney Shepherdson sitting on his horse, sitting easy and looking just like a soldier. Buck had shot at him, and I seen his hat go flying. We ran as fast as we could, and while he looked for us, we ran fast all the way back to the house and told the colonel all about it.
I don't like that shooting from behind a bush. Why didn't you step into the road, my boy?
Well, the Shepherdsons don't, Father. They always take advantage.
Well, I reckon I got him out of there and down by the corn cribs, by ourselves. Did you want to kill him, Buck?
Well, I bet I did.
Well, what did he ever do to you?
Why, nothing. It's only on account of the feud.
Buck, what's a feud?
Why, where were you raised? Don't you know what a feud is?
I'd never heard of it before. Tell me about it. Right there, Buck. He told me all about feuds, how this one had been going on for over 30 years, and he didn't know what had started it or who had started it, but it was still going on. It seems that each side had a great deal of respect for the courage of the other. I guess both the Grangerfords and the Shepherdsons was real brave men. The next Sunday, we all went to church. After dinner, I was alone, and Miss Sophia come to me real secretive-like and explained as how she'd forgotten her Testament at the church, and would I go and get it and not say anything to anyone. I said I would. So I slid out and slipped off up the road. When I got back with the Testament, Miss Sophia grabbed me and kissed me and thanked me, and then took a piece of paper out of it and read it. I'd seen it, and all that was on the thing was 2:30. She told me it was a bookmark, that's all, and that I could go and play. I went off down the river, and pretty soon I noticed that my nigger was following right along behind. And as soon as we were out of sight of the house, he come up on me and said,
Master George, if you come down into the swamp, I'll show you a whole stack of water moccasins.
I wondered what he was up to, and then I says, all right, you try it on ahead. I followed for about a mile through the swamps, and at last he says,
you shove right in there just a few steps, Master George. That's where they is. I've seen him before myself, and I don't hanker to see him no more.
And then he slipped away, and I went into the brush a little ways and found a little old open patch, and I found a man lying there asleep. And by the James, it was old Jim. I woke him up, and he was so glad to see me, he just flat cried, and told how he tried to follow me after our wreck. And he says,
I got hurt a little and couldn't swim fast, so I was a considerable ways behind you towards the last. When you landed, I reckoned I could catch up with you on the land without having to shout at you. But when I see that house, I begin to go slow. I was off too far to hear what they say to you. I was afraid of the dogs. But when it's all quiet again, I knowed you was in the house. So I struck out for the woods to wait for day. Early in the morning, some of the niggers come along and grind to the fields, and they took me and showed me this place where the dogs can't track me on account of the water. And they brings me truck to eat every night and tells me how you's a getting along. Well, 'twant no use to disturb you, Huck, till we could do something. But we's all right now. I've been a-buying pots and pans and fiddles as I got a chance, and a-patching up the raft nights.
What raft, Jim?
Our old raft.
What? How did you get hold of that raft again, Jim? Did you catch her?
How I going to catch her out in the woods? No. Some of the niggers found her catched on a stag along here at the bend, and they hid her in a creek amongst the willows. Then I given them 10 cents apiece, and they's mighty well satisfied, and wished some more rafts would come along and make 'em rich again. They's mighty good to me, these niggers is. And whatever I want them to do for me, I don't have to ask them twice, honey.
I don't want to talk much about the next day. Later on, down by the woodpile, I comes across my nigger Jack and says, "What's it all about, Jack?"
Don't you know, Master George?
No, I reckon I don't.
Well then, Miss Sophia's done run off. Indeed she has. To get married to that young Harney Shepperson, at least way that's what they expect. The family found out about it about a half hour ago, maybe a little more. And I tell you, there were no time to lose. Such a hurrying up of guns and horses I reckon you never did see. The women folks, they's gone to stir up the relations. Even old Master Saul and them boys took their guns and rode up the river road to try to catch that young man and kill him before he crossed the river with poor Miss Sophia. I reckon there's gonna be mighty rough times.
I took up the river road as hard as I could put, and by, I began to hear guns a good ways off. When I come in sight of the log store and the woodpile where the steamboats lands, I worked along under the trees and brush till I got in a good place. And then I clumb up into the forks of the cottonwood that was out of reach, and I just sat there and watched. There was 4 or 5 men cavorting around on their horses in the open place before the log store, cussing and yelling and trying to get at a couple of young chaps that was behind the wood rack alongside the steamboat landing. By, they started riding towards the store. Then up gets one of them boys, draws a steady bead over the wood rack, and drops one of them right out of his saddle. All the men jumped off their horses and grabbed the hurt one and started to carry him into the store. And that minute, them 2 boys started on the run. They got to the woodpile that was in front of my tree and slipped in behind it, and so they could bulge on the men again. One of the boys was Buck, and the other one a slim young feller about 19 years old. The men ripped around a while, and then they rode away. As soon as they was out of sight, I sung out to Buck and told him, and he told me to watch out sharp and let him know when the men come in sight again. Said they was up to some devilment or something and wouldn't be gone too long. I wished I was out of that there tree, but I dasn't come down now. Buck began to cry and rip around and allowed that him and his cousin Joe, that there was that other feller, would make up for this day yet. He said his father and his 2 brothers was killed, and 2 or 3 of the enemy. Said the Shepherdson had laid for him in ambush. I asked him what was become of young Harney and Miss Sophia. He said they'd got across the river and was safe. I was sure glad of that. But the way Buck did take on, because he didn't manage to kill Harney that day he shot at him, I ain't never heard anything like it before. They slipped around behind without their horses, The boys jumped for the river, both of them hurt. It made me so sick, I most fell out of the tree. I ain't going to tell all that happened. It'd just make me sick again if I was to do that, I reckon. When I got down out of that there tree, I crept along down the riverbank a piece and found the two bodies lying at the edge of the water and tugged at them till I got them ashore. And then I covered up their faces and got away as quick as I could. I reckon I cried a little when I was covering up Buck's face, for he was mighty good to me. It was dark now. I never went near the house, but struck straight through the woods and made for the swamp. Jim weren't on his island, so I tramped off in a hurry for the creek and crowded through the willows, red hot to jump aboard and get out of that awful place.
Good land. Is that you, honey? Don't make no noise.
It was Jim's voice. Nothing ever sounded so good to me before.
Lord bless you, child. I was right down sure you's dead again. Lawsy, I was mighty glad to get you back again, honey.
All right, Jim. Shove off for the big water just as fast as you ever can.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 6 of 12.
Two or 3 days and nights went by. I reckon I might say that they sort of swum by. They slid along so quiet and smooth, and, well, they was real lovely. Here's the way we put in our time. Soon as night was most gone, we stopped navigating and tied up, and then cut some young cottonwoods and willers and hid the raft with them. Then we set out our lines. Next, we slid into the river and had ourselves a real good swim, so as to sort of freshen up and cool off. Then we sat down on the sandy bottom where the water was about knee-deep and watched the daylight come. Not a sound anywheres. Perfectly still. Just like the whole world was sound asleep. Only sometimes, of course, bullfrogs a clattering, maybe. A little smoke couldn't be noticed then. So we would take some fish off the lines and cook ourselves up a real nice hot breakfast. And afterwards, we'd watch the lonesomeness of the river. And by, sort of just lazy off to sleep. We'd wake up by and maybe see a steamboat coughing along upstream, so far off towards the other side that you really couldn't tell nothing about her, only whether she was a stern wheeler or a side wheeler. Next thing, you'd see a raft sliding by, way off yonder, and maybe a galoot on her, chopping, 'cause they're most always doing it on a raft, you know. That there's the way that we'd put in the day, just sort of lazying around, listening to the stillness. Soon it was night and out we shoved. When we got her out about it in the middle, we just let her sort of float, wherever the current wanted her to. And then we lit up our pipes and dangled our legs in the water and talked about all kinds of things. We was always naked, day and night, whenever the mosquitoes had let us. After midnight, the people on the shore, of course, went to bed. And then for 2 or 3 hours, the shores was real black. No more sparks in the cabin windows. These sparks was our clock. The first one that showed again meant that morning was coming. So we'd hunt a place to hide and tie up right away.
One morning about daybreak, I found a canoe and crossed over a chute to the main shore. It was only about 200 yards, and paddled about a mile up the creek, amongst the cypress woods, to see if I could get some berries. Just as I was passing the place where a kind of a cow path crossed the creek, here comes a couple of men tearing up the path as tight as they could put it. I thought right then I was a goner, for whenever anybody was after anybody, I reckoned I judged it was either me or Jim. I was about to dig out from there in a hurry, but they was pretty close to me then, and sung out and begged me to save their lives. They said they hadn't been doing nothing and was being chased for it. They said that there was men and dogs a-coming. They wanted to jump right in, but I says, don't you do it. I don't hear the dogs and the horses yet. You've got time to crowd through the brush and get up the creek a little ways, and then take to the water and wade down to me and get in. That'll sort of throw the dogs off the scent. Well, they done it, and as soon as they was aboard, I lit out for our towhead. In about 5 or 10 minutes, we heard the dogs and the men way off, shouting and yelling. We paddled over to the towhead and hid in the cottonwoods and was safe. One of these fellows was about 70 or upwards, I reckon, and had a bald head and very gray whiskers. He had old battered-up slouch hat on and a greasy blue woolen shirt and ragged old blue jean breeches stuffed into his boot tops. The other fellow was about 30, I reckon, and dressed about as ornery. After breakfast, we all laid off and sort of talked. And the first thing that came out was that these here chaps really didn't know one another.
What's got you trouble?
Well, I had been selling an article to take the tartar off the teeth. And it does take it off, too. And generally the enamel along with it. But I stayed about one night longer than I oughta. And I was just in the act of sliding out when I ran across you on the trail. Now that's the whole yarn. What's yours?
Well, I've been running a little temperance revival there about a week, and was the pit of the women folks, big and little. For I was making it mighty warm for the rubbies. I'll tell you. I'm taking as much as $5 or $6 a night, 10 cents a head, children and niggers free, and business a growing all the time. And somehow or another, a little report got around last night that I had a way of putting in my time with a private jug. What it's like. Well, a nigger rousted me out this morning, told me the people was gathering on the quiet with their dogs and horses, and they was going to be along pretty soon to give me about a half-hour start, and then run me down if they could. If they got me, they'd tar and feather me and ride me on a rail. Oh, sure. I been waiting for no breakfast. I want hungry.
Oh, man, I reckon we might double team it together. What do you think?
Oh, I ain't undisposed. What's your line, mainly?
Job printer by trade. I do a little patent medicine. Theater actor. Tragedy, you know. I teach singing, or geography for a change. Sling a lecture sometimes. Oh, I do lots of things. Most anything comes handy, so it ain't work. What's your lay?
Oh, I've done considerable in the doctoring way in my time. Laying on the hands is my best hold for cancer and paralysis and such things. And I can tell a fortune pretty good when I've got somebody along to find out the facts for me. Preaching's my line, too. And working camp meetings and a missionarying around. Alas, alas. Oh, what are you laughing about? To think that I should have lived to be leading such a life, and be degraded down into such company. And darn your skin, ain't the company good enough for you? Yes, it is good enough for me. It's as good as I deserve. Who brought me so low? I did myself. Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame anybody. I deserve it all. I ain't blaming you, gentlemen. I brought myself down. It's right I should suffer. Perfectly right. Brought you down from where? Where was you brought down from? Ah, you do not believe me. No one ever believes me. Let it pass. The secret of my birth. The secret of your birth? Do you mean to say... Gentlemen, I will reveal it to you, for I feel I may have confidence in you. By rights, I am a duke.
Jim's eyes flat bugged right out when he heard that. And I reckon, I guess mine did too.
No, you can't mean it.
So right then, he told us how his great-grandfather was the eldest son of the Duke of Bridgewater, and had come to this country, married here, and died, leaving a son. And his younger brother seized the titles and the estates, and ignored the infant son, his grandfather, and that he was the lineal descendant of that infant, and therefore was the rightful Duke of Bridgewater.
And here I am, forlorn, torn from my high estate, hunted, despised, and degraded to the companionship of felons on a raft.
Jim pitied him ever so much, and so did I reckon. We tried to comfort him, but he said it weren't much use. He couldn't be much comforted. Said if we was a mind to acknowledge him, that we might do him more good than just anything else in the whole wide world. That's what he said. And he'd tell us how. He said that we ought to bow when we spoke to him and say, Your Grace, and my Lord, and Your Lordship. And he wouldn't mind if we called him just plain garden variety type Bridgewater, which he said was a title anyway, and really not a name. And one of us ought to wait on him at the dinner time, and to do any little thing for him that he wanted done. Well, I reckon that was all easy, so we hauled off and done it. But the old man, he got pretty silent, and didn't seem to be too comfortable with all that petting that was going on around the Duke. Along in the afternoon, he says,
Looky here, Bridgewater. I'm nation sorry for you, but you ain't the only person that's been snaked down wrongfully out in a high place. Alas. No, you ain't the only person that's had a secret of his birth. Now, hold on. What do you mean? Bridgewater, can I trust you? To the bitter death. The secret of your birth. Speak. Bridgewater, I am the late Dauphin. You are what? Yes, my friend. It is too true. Your eyes is looking on the poor, disappeared Dauphin, Louis the 17th.
son of Louis XVI and Mary Antoinette.
You? At your age? You mean your late Charlemagne? You must be 600 or 700 years old at the very least.
Trouble has done it, Bilgewater. Trouble has done it. Trouble has brought these gray hairs and this premature balditude. Yes, gentlemen, you see before you in blue jeans and misery the wandering exile trampled on and suffering rightful king of France.
Well, Jim and me, we was real sorry. So we set in, like we'd done before with the Duke, and tried to comfort him. This seemed to help him, and so he got cheerful and comfortable, especially since we called him Your Majesty and waited on him before we waited on the Duke. The Duke, I reckon, sort of soured on him and didn't look a bit satisfied with the way things was going. And by, the king says,
Like as not, we got to be together a blamed long time on this here raft, Bilgewater, and so what's the use of your being sour? It'll only make things uncomfortable. Come, give us your hand, Duke, and let's all be friends.
Well, I reckon the Duke done it, and Jim and me was pretty glad to see it, too. It didn't take me long to make up my mind that these here liars weren't no kings nor dukes at all, but just low-down humbugs and frauds. But I never said nothing. If they wanted us to call them kings and dukes, I had no objections, long as they'd keep peace in the family, and it weren't no use to tell Jim, so I reckon I didn't tell him. They asked us considerable many questions, wanted to know all sorts of things. Wanted to know how come it was that we covered up the raft that way and laid by in the daytime instead of running. And was Jim a runaway nigger? I says, my folks was living in Pike County in Missouri, where I was born, and they all died off but me and Pa and my brother Ike. Pa decided he'd break up and go down and live with Uncle Ben, who's got a little one-horse place on the river 40 miles below Orleans. Pa was pretty poor and had some debts. When he squared things up, there just weren't nothing left but $16 and, of course, our nigger Jim. And that weren't enough to take his 1,400-mile deck passage or no other way. Well, when the river rose, Pa had a streak of luck one day. He catched himself this piece of a raft. So we reckoned we'd go down to Orleans on it. Pa's luck. Poor Pa, he just didn't hold out. A steamboat run over the forward corner of the raft one night, and we all went overboard and dove under the wheel. Jim and me come up all right, but I reckon Pa was drunk, and poor little Ike was only 4 years old, so they never did come up no more. Well, for the next day or two, we had considerable trouble, because people was always coming out in skiffs and boats and things and trying to take Jim away from me, saying that they believed he was a runaway nigger. And that there's why we don't run daytimes no more. Nights is better, because they don't bother us.
Leave me alone to cipher out a way so's we can run into daytime if we want it. I'll think the thing over. I'll invent a plan that'll fix it.
Towards night, it begun to darken up and started to look like rain. So the Duke and the King went overhauling our wigwam to see what the beds was like. We got away as soon as it was dark, but it really stormed, and all night. Finally, it begun to get light, and we hid the raft for the day. During the day, the Duke and the King decided to lay out a sort of campaign. And after a lot of talk, the Duke finally says,
Tell me, royalty, have you ever trod the boards?
No.
You shall, then. before you're 3 days older. The first good town we come to, we'll hire us a hall and do the sword fight in Richard III and a balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet. How's that strike you?
I've been up to the hub for anything that'll pay Bilgewater. But you see, I don't know nothing about play acting, and ain't ever seen much of it. I was too small when Pap used to have 'em at the palace, don't you see? Do you reckon you can learn me too?
Oh, easy.
All right. I'm just a-freezing for something fresh anyway. Let's commence right away. So right there, the Duke, he told him all about who Romeo was and who Juliet was, and said he was used to being Romeo, so of course the king had to be Juliet. He got out a couple of pretty ratty-looking costumes and his book and showed the king how it was done, and told him to learn his part by heart. There's a little one-horse town about 3 miles down the bend. After dinner, the Duke said he'd ciphered out his idea about how to run in the daylight without it being dangerous to jam. So he allowed that he'd go down to the town and fix it all up all right. We was out of coffee, so the king and I went along with him in the canoe. When we got there, we found out everybody in that little old town had gone to a camp meeting about 2 miles back in the woods. Well, the king and I decided to go to that meeting ourselves after we helped the Duke find the printing office. When we got there, the preacher was lining out a hymn. He lined out 2 lines, and everybody sung it so nice. Then he lined out 2 more of them to sing, and so on. The people finally woke up, well, just a little bit more and sung louder and louder. And towards the end, some of them began to groan and carry on, and some of them began to shout.
Come to the mourner's bench. Come black with sin. Come sick and sore. Come ye lame and blind. Come poor and needy, sunk to shame. Come all that's worn and suffering. Come with a broken spirit. Come with a contrite heart. Come in your rags and sin and dirt. The door of heaven stands open. Oh, enter in and see it rest.
Well, the first thing I knowed, the king really got a gun. And you could hear him way over everybody. And the next thing, he went charging up onto the platform. And the preacher begged him to speak to the people. And he done it.
Oh, brethren, I have been apart in the Indian Ocean for 30 years. This spring I lost considerable men in a fight, and I come home to get some fresh men. And thanks to the goodness, I was robbed last night and sold off a steamboat without a word cent. And I'm glad of it, oh, so glad, because I'm a changed man now. And for the first time in my life, I'm happy. And I'm going to start right off and work my way back to the Indian Ocean and put in the rest of my life trying to turn them pirates into the true path. And every time I convince a pirate, I'll say to him, don't thank me. Don't give me no credit. It all belongs to them dear people at the Pumpville camp meeting. And that, oh dear, reaches out. And the truest friend the pirates ever had.
Well, I'm here to tell you that there king preached and preached and preached. They passed the hat for him and invited him to stay for a whole week. But he said he couldn't because he was in such a sweat to get back to the Indian Ocean right off and get to work on them there pirates. When we all got back to the raft, the king had $87.75 and a 3-gallon jug of whiskey, too. He said he found it under a wagon. That there Duke had printed a picture of a runaway nigger with a $200 reward printed under it. The reading described Jim to a dot.
Now, after tonight, we can run in the daytime if we want to. Whenever we see anybody coming, we can tie Jim hand and foot with a rope and lay him in the wigwam and show this handbill and say we captured him up the river. And we're too poor to travel on a steamboat. So we got this little raft on credit from our friends, and we're going down to get the reward.
Well, I reckon we all said the Duke was pretty smart, and there couldn't be no trouble about running in the daytime anymore. We laid low and rested and never shoved off until nearly 10 o'clock. When Jim called me to take the watch at 4 in the morning, he says,
Huck, do you reckon we going to run across any more kings on this trip?
I reckon not, Jim.
Well, that's all right then. I don't mind 1 or 2 kings, but that's enough. This one's powerful drunk, and the Duke ain't much better.
The next few days, we just floated on down the river. It wasn't no dull time, though, what with the Duke and the King rehearsing and practicing for the show that they was going to put on. One morning, when we was pretty well down in the state of Arkansas, we come upon a little one-horse town and tied up. We was real lucky, 'cause there was a circus in that town just for that there afternoon, and be gone that night. And with the country people already beginning to come in, I reckon our show would have a pretty good chance. The Duke, he hired the courthouse. We went around and stuck up a bunch of bills announcing our show. And then we went to loafing around town. It was mighty poorly and rickety. The stores was all on one street. There was at least one loafer leaning up against every awning post all the way along that there street. The streets is just covered with mud. That's all there were. Nothing else but mud. The nearer it got to noon that there day, the thicker and the thicker was the wagons and the horses in the streets, and more coming in all the time. Families fetched their dinners and ate them right there in the wagons. And I reckon there was considerable whiskey drinking going on, too. I seen 3 fights. And by, somebody sings out,
Hey! Here comes old Fox, there from the country. Boys, old monthly drunk. Here he comes, boys! What a chore inside. If he's a chore of all of it, he says, what a chore. In the last 20 years, he'd had considerable reputation now. I wish those bogs had hit me, because then I know I weren't going to die for 1,000 years.
Yeah, the tractor! Eyes on the wall, Pat! The price of coffin is going to raise!
Man, oh man, was he drunk. Over 50 years old and had a very red face. Everybody laughed and sassed at him, and he sassed them right back.
I come to town to kill old Colonel Sherman, and my motto is meat first and spoon medals to top off on.
Then I seed old Boggs stop in front of the biggest store in town and yell,
Come on there, Sherman! Come on out and meet the man you swindled!
And he went to cussing and calling Ted and everything he could lay his tongue on. But then, a sort of a proud-looking man, about 55 years. He was a heap of a fine man, best-dressed man in the whole town, too. He steps out of the store. He says to Boggs, mighty calm and mighty slow, too.
I'm tired of this, but I'll endure it until 1 o'clock.
Till 1 o'clock, mind, no longer. If you open your mouth against me only one more time, you can't travel so far but that I'll find you.
Right then, he turns and goes in. Everybody was real sober. But Boggs, he just keeps it up. Blackguard and Sherburne as loud as he could possibly yell. The men tried to quiet him, but it didn't do no good. And by, somebody says,
Go for his daughter! Quick, go get his daughter! Sometimes he'll listen to her. If anybody can persuade him, she can.
So somebody started out on a wild run. I walked down the street a ways and stopped. In a little while, here comes Boggs down the street, but not on his horse. He was railing across the street towards me, bareheaded, with a friend on both sides of him, hanging on to his arms and hurrying him along.
Hey, Boggs! Boggs?
It was Colonel Sherburne. He was standing still in the street and holding a pistol in his right hand. Boggs turned around to see who'd called him. And his friends, when they saw the colonel, they all ran. And just then, I seen a young girl running up the street, quite a way off yet. Boggs threw up both his hands.
Oh, Lord. Don't shoot!
The young girl come screaming and threw herself on her father. The crowd closed in to see what was going on. Finally, after Colonel Sherburne had thrown down his pistol and walked away, they took Boggs to the drugstore. There they laid him out on the floor, and after about a half a dozen breaths, he just flat died. The people was pretty excited, and after considerable jawing back and forth and a great deal of drinking, somebody said Sherburne ought to be lynched. In about a minute, everybody was saying it. So away they went, mad and yelling and snatching down every clothesline they came to do the hanging with.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 7 of 12.
They swarmed up toward Sherburne's house, whooping and raging like Indians. And everything had to clear the way or get runned over and trumped to mush. It was a terrible thing to see. Children was heeling at the head of the mob, screaming and trying to get out of the way. Lots of the women and girls was crying and taking on, scared most to death. They swarmed up in front of Sherburne's yard. Just there, Sherburne steps out onto the roof of his little front porch with a double-barrel gun in his hand. He takes his stand, perfectly calm and deliberate, not saying a word. Right there, the racket stopped, and the waves sucked back.
The idea of you lynching anybody, it's amusing. The idea of you thinking that you had pluck enough to lynch a man because you're brave enough to tar and feather poor, friendless, cast-out women that come along here, did that make you think you had grit enough to lay your hands on a man? Why, a man's safe in the hands of 10,000 of your kind, as long as it's daytime and you're not behind him. I was born and raised in the South, and I've lived in the North, so I know the average all around. In the North, he lets anybody walk over him that wants to, and goes home and prays for a humble spirit to bear it. In the South, one man, all by himself, has stopped a stage full of men in the daytime and robbed the lot.
Why don't your juries hang murderers? Because they're afraid the man's friends will shoot him in the back, in the dark. And it's just what they do. So they always acquit. And then a man goes in the night with 100 masked cowards at his back and lynches the rascal. Your mistake is that you didn't bring a man with you. That's one mistake. And the other is that you didn't come in the dark and fetch your masks. You didn't want to come. You don't like trouble and danger, but if only half a man like Buck Harkness there shouts, lynch him, you're afraid to back down, afraid to be found out to be what you are, cowards. And so you raise a yell and hang yourselves into a half a man's coattail and come a-ragging up here, swearing what big things you're going to do. The pitifulest thing out is a mob, and that's what an army is, a mob. They don't fight with courage that's born in them, but with courage that's borrowed from their mass and from their officers. But a mob, without any man at the head of it, is beneath pitifulness. Now, the thing for you to do is to droop your tails and go home and crawl in a hole. If any real lynching's going to be done, it'll be done in the dark, Southern fashion, and when they come, they'll bring their masks and fetch a man along. Now leave, and take your half a man with you.
The crowd washed back suddenly, and then they all broke apart. I could have stayed if I'd wanted to. I'm right here to tell you I reckon I didn't want to. Well, I left them, and I went to the searches. That night, we had our show. But there weren't only about 12 folks there, just enough to pay expenses. They laughed at us, and that made the Duke real mad somehow. And everybody left anyway before the show was over, except for one little feller. He was just sort of sound asleep.
Oh, these Arkansas lunkheads. They can't even understand Shakespeare. I reckon what they want, low comedy. And maybe something worse than low comedy. I reckon I can size their style. All right. Tomorrow, I'll print some new handbills for a 3-night show. I'll call it the Royal Nonesuch. We'll charge 50 cents a head and won't let any ladies or children in. That don't fetch 'em. I don't know Arkansas.
Well, the next day, him and McCain rigged up a stage and a curtain and a row of candles for footlights. That night, the house was jam full of men in no time at all. When the place couldn't hold no more, the Duke quit tending the door and went around the back way and came on to the stage and stood up before the curtain and made a little speech and praised up this here tragedy and said it was the most thrillingest one that ever happened. Well, at last, when he'd got everybody's expectations up real high, he rolled up the curtain. And the next minute, the king came a-prancing out on all fours, naked, and he was painted all over, ring-streaked and striped, all sorts of coats. He was as splendid as a rainbow. But never mind the rest of his outfit, it was just real wild, but he's awful funny. The people most killed themselves just laughing, and when the king got done capering and capered off between the scenes, they just roared and clapped and stormed and haw-hawed till he come back and he done it all over again. And after that, they made him do it another time. I reckon it'd make a cow laugh to see the shines that that old idiot cut. The curtain come down, the Duke came out, and he bowed.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now, I want to announce that this here show will be here for just 2 more nights on account of a pressing London engagement. Now, if we have pleased you, we would be deeply obliged if you would mention it to your friends and have them come to see our show.
Yes, gentlemen. That concludes our performance for tonight. Are you robber? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Just a word. Now, gentlemen. We are sold. Oh, mighty badly sold. But we don't want to be the laughingstock of this whole town, I reckon. And never hear the last of this thing as long as we live. No, sir. What we want is to go out of here quiet, talk the show up, and sell the rest of the town. Then we'd all be in the same boat. Now, ain't that sensible? Judge is absolutely right. All right, then. Now. Not a word about any sale. Go on home and advise everybody to come and see this tragedy. The next day, you couldn't hear nothing around that there town but how splendid the show was. House was jammed again that night. We sold the crowd the same way. The third night, the house was crammed again, and they weren't newcomers this time, but people that was at the show the other 2 nights. I stood by the Duke at the door, and I see that every man that went in had his pockets bulging or something muffled up under his coat. I smelled sickly eggs by the barrel, rotten cabbages and such things. Well, when the place couldn't hold no more folks, the Duke, he give a feller a quarter and told him to tend the door for him a minute. Then he started around to the stage door. I was right there after him. But the minute we turned the corner and was in the dark, the Duke says, "Walk fast now, till you get away from the house, and then skin for the raft like the Dickens was after you." We reached the raft and shoved off in less than 2 seconds. I felt sorry for having leaving before it came, but pretty soon I seed him in the wigwam, and I knowed that he hadn't been uptown at all. Well, I being real tired, I just hauled off and went to sleep. And Jim didn't call me when it was my turn. He'd often done that. When I waked up, just at daybreak, he was just sitting there with his head down betwixt his knees, moaning and mourning to himself. I didn't take notice nor let on. I knowed what it was all about. Jim was thinking about his wife and his children, away up yonder, and how he was low and homesick, 'cause he hadn't ever been away from home before in his whole life. And, you know, I do believe he cared just as much for his people as white folks does for theirs. Somehow it don't really seem natural, but I reckon it's so. He was often moaning and moaning that way nights when he judged I was asleep. And he'd say, "Oh, little Elizabeth. Oh, little Johnny. Mighty hard. I expect I ain't ever going to see you no more.
You know that, Jim. He was a mighty good nigger, Jim was. But this time somehow I got to talking to him about his wife and his young'uns. And by and by he says to me,
"What makes me feel so bad this time is 'cause I hear something over yonder on the bank like a whack or a slam a while ago. And it remind me at the time I treat my little Elizabeth so ornery. She wasn't only about 4-year-old, and she tucked the scarlet fever and had a
powerful rough spell. But she got well. And one day she was standing around, and I says to her, I says, shut the door. She'd never done it. Just stood there, kind of smiling up at me. It make me mad, and I says again, mighty loud, I then said, don't you hear me? Shut the door. She just stood the same way, kind of smiling up. I was fighting. I says, I'll make you mine. With that, I fetch her a slap side of the head and sent her sprawling. Then I went into the other room, and I was gone about 10 minutes. When I come back, there was that door standing open yet. And that child standing both right in it, looking down and a-moaning, and the tears running down. Oh, my, but I was mad. I was a-gwine for the child, but just then, it was a door. It was a door that opened in us. Just then, on come the wind and slam it to behind the child. Kerstlam! And my land, that child never moved. My breath most hopped out of me. And I feel so... I don't know how I feel. I crop out, all a trembling, and crop around, and open the door easy and slow, and I poke my head in behind the child. Slow and still, and all of a sudden I says, "Pow!" Just as loud as I could yell. Oh, she never budged. Huck, my boy, I bust out a crying, and I grab her up in my arms, and I say, oh, my, little thing, the Lord God Almighty forgive poor Jim. He never tried to forgive himself as long as he lived. Oh, she was plumb deep and dumb, Huck. Oh, deep and dumb.
Next day, we laid up under a little willow towhead out in the middle where there was a little village on either side of the river. And the Duke and the King begun to lay out a plan for working them there towns. Jim complained because he didn't like to be tied up like a runaway slave. And so the Duke, right then and there, figured out a plan. He dressed Jim up in King Lear's outfit. I reckon Jim was satisfied. He said it was a sight better than lying around tied up a couple of years every day and trembling all over every time there was a sound. We had all bought fine store clothes where we stopped last. Now the king put his on, and he told me to put mine on. The king's duds was all black, and I say he did look real swell and starchy. I never knowed how clothes could change a body before. Why, before, he looked like the orneriest old rip that ever was. But now, when he'd take off his new white beaver, make a bow, and do a smile, he looked that grand and good and pious that you'd say that he'd walked right out of the ark, and maybe was old Leviticus himself. Jim cleaned up the canoe, and I got my paddle ready. There was a big steamboat lying about 3 miles above the town. Been there a couple hours, taking on freight. And right there, the king says,
"See how I'm dressed. I reckon maybe I better arrive down from, like St. Louis or Cincinnati or some other big place. You agree? All right, go for that steamboat, Huckleberry, and we'll come down to the village on it."
Well, I reckon I didn't have to be ordered twice to go take a steamboat ride. Pretty soon, we come to a nice, innocent-looking young country Jake sitting on a log, and he had a couple of big carpet bags by him.
Run your nose in short, huh? Hey, where you bound for, young man?
For the steamboat going to Orleans.
It's about to help the gentleman, Adolphus.
Where y'all are going, sir?
Well, I just this morning come down the river and landed at that other village. And now I'm going up river a few miles to see a friend. Lives on a farm. Yeah.
When I first sees you, I said to myself, it's Mr. Wilkes' show. And he come mighty near getting here in time. But then I says, no, I reckon it ain't him. Or else he wouldn't be paddling up the river. You ain't him, are you?
No, my name's Blodgett. Alexander Blodgett. Reverend Alexander Blodgett, I suppose I must say, as I'm one of the Lord's poor servants. But still, I'm just as able to be sorry for Mr. Wilkes for not arriving in time all the same. If he's missed anything by it, which I hope he ain't.
Well, he don't miss any property by it. But his brother would have give anything in this world to see him before he died. Never talked about nothing else all these 3 weeks. Hadn't seen him since they was boys together. Haven't ever seen his brother William at all. That's the deaf and dumb one. William ain't more than 30 or 35. Peter and George were the only ones that come out here. George was a married brother. Him and his wife both died last year. Harvey and William's the only ones that's left now, and as I was saying, they haven't got here in time.
Did anyone send them word?
Oh, yeah, a month or two ago when Peter was first took. Because Peter said then he sort of felt he weren't going to get well at all this time. See, he's a pretty old man. And George's girls was too young to be much company for him, excepting Mary Jane, the red-headed one. And so he's kind of lonesome after George and his wife died. He didn't seem to care much to live. He most desperately wanted to see Harvey, and William too, for that matter. He left a letter behind for Harvey and said he told in it where his money was hid and how he wanted the rest of the property divided up so George's girls would be all right. Where does he live? Oh, he lives in England, Sheffield. He's a preacher there.
Oh, that's too bad. Too bad he couldn't have lived to see his brothers. Poor soul. Is Mary Jane the oldest?
How old is the others? Well, Mary Jane's 19, Susan's 15, and Joanna's about 14. That's the one that gives herself to good works, and she has a hair lip.
Oh, poor things. To be left alone in the cold world so.
Well, the old man went on asking questions till he just fairly emptied that there young daughter. And then he says,
Was Peter Wilkes well off?
Oh, yeah, pretty well off. He had houses, land, and it's reckoned he left 3,000 or 4,000 hid up summers.
When did you say he died?
I didn't say, but it was last night. Funeral, tomorrow, likely? Yeah, about in the middle of the day.
Well, about that time, we reached the boat, and as soon as we got that there young man aboard, the king made me paddle up another mile, and then he got ashore.
Now you hustle back, right off. Fix the Duke up here, and the new carpetbags. Get off.
I see what he was up to, but I never said nothing. And when I got back with the Duke, the king told him the whole story, word for word.
How are you on deaf and dumb, Bilgewater? Huh?
Y'all just leave me alone. Don't you worry. I've did it more than once.
Then we waited for another river steamboat, hailed her and got on board, and in a short while landed at this here village. When we reached the dock, the king says to the crowd,
Can any of you gentlemen tell me, where Mr. Peter Wilkes lives? Hmm?
I'm sorry, sir, but the best we can do is tell you where he did live yesterday evening.
No. No. Oh, alas, our poor brother. Oh, gone. And we never got to see him. Oh, it's too hard.
Right there. He turned around, blubbering and carrying on, makes a lot of idiotic signs to the Duke with his hands. And blamed if he didn't drop a carpet bag and bust out crying too. Well, the men gathered around and sympathized with him, and said all sorts of kind things to him, and carried their carpet bags up the hill for him, and let them lean on them and cry, and told the king all about his brother's lost weapons. And the king, he told it all over again on his hands to the Duke, and both of them took on about the dead tanner like they'd lost the 12 disciples. It was enough to make a body ashamed of the human race. The news is all over town in 2 minutes. We got to the house and had quite a crowd with us, waiting on us. The 3 girls was standing in the door, their eyes all lit up, and they embraced their uncles and was real glad to see them. Then they all go to the coffin and bust out crying all over again. I never did in my whole life see anything so disgusting. By and by, the king, he gets up and slobbers out a speech, all full of tears and flappadoodle about his sorrow and how grateful he is for all the sympathy of the people, till it was just plain sickening, and then busts out crying all over again. Finally, he quit crying, and he makes another speech, and asked if few of the principal friends of the family would take supper with him and sit up with the deceased, and he named all of them. They all stayed and shook hands with the king and the Duke, who just went goo, 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 goo like a baby, but couldn't talk. Pretty soon, Mary Jane fetched out the letter her uncle left behind. The king, he read it out loud.
I, Peter Wilkes, want to leave my brother George's girls this house and $3,000 gold, and give the tenure to other houses and land worth about $7,000 and $3,000 in gold to my brothers Harvey and William.
The letter went on and told where the cash was hidden in the cellar. The king and the Duke went to get it, and found when they counted it, it was $415 short. This sort of worried them somewhat. They decided to make up the difference out of their own pocket, so nobody'd be suspicious. While the king was making more speeches, a tall man came in and listened. And finally, the man started to laugh right out loud. Somebody says,
"Why, Dr. Robinson, haven't you heard the news?
This is Harvey Wilkes.
Is it my poor brother's good and dear friend and physician?
Keep your hands off me. You talk like an Englishman. It's the worst imitation I ever heard. You, Peter Wilkes' brother? You're a fraud, that's what you are.
I reckon you just don't know how they all took on. They crowded around the doctor and tried to quiet him down and tried to explain to him, tell him how Harvey's showed in 40 ways that he was Harvey, and knowed everybody by name, and the names of the very dogs, and begged him not to hurt Harvey's feelings, and the poor girl's feelings, and all of that.
But it weren't no use. He stormed right along.
I was your father's friend, and I'm your friend. And I warn you as a friend, and an honest friend that wants to protect you and keep you out of harm and trouble, to turn your back on this scoundrel and have nothing to do with him, an ignorant tramp. He is the thinnest kind of an impostor. Has come here with a lot of empty names and facts which he picked up somewheres, and you take them for proof and are helped to fool yourselves by these foolish friends here who ought to know better. Mary Jane Wilkes, you know me for your friend, and for your unselfish friend, too. Now listen to me. Turn this pitiful rascal out. I'll beg you to do it. Will you?
Here is my answer. Take this $6,000, Uncle Harvey, and invest it for me and my sisters any way you want to. And don't give us no receipt for it.
All right, I'll wash my hands of the matter, but I'll warn you, there's a time a-coming that you're going to feel sick whenever you think of this day.
All right, Doctor. We'll try and get him to send for you.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 8 of 12.
Oh, that pudding was marvelous.
That there night, they had a big supper, and all the men and women was there, and I stood behind the king of the duke's chairs and waited on him, and the niggers waited on the rest.
I was so afraid I'd...
And when it was all done, me and the harelip had supper in the kitchen off the leavings, whilst the others was helping the niggers clean up things. The harelip, she got to pumping me about England, and blessed if I didn't think the ice was getting mighty thin sometimes. And she says,
You ever seen a king?
Who? William IV? Well, now you just bet I have. He goes to our church. I knowed he was dead years ago, but I never let on to her at all. So when I says he goes to our church, she says,
What, regular?
Yes, ma'am, regular. His pew's right over opposite ourn, on the other side of the pulpit.
Well, I thought he lived in London.
Well, he does. Where else would he live?
But I thought you lived in Sheffield.
I seed I was up a stump. I had to let on to get choked with a chicken bone so as to get time to think of how to get back down again. And then I says, I mean, ma'am, he goes to our church regular when he's in Sheffield. That's only in the summertime, when he comes here to take the sea baths.
Well, how you talk. Sheffield ain't on the sea.
Well, who said it was?
Why, you did. You did, that's who.
I never did say anything of the kind.
Well, what did you say then?
Well, I said he come to take sea baths. That's all I said.
Well then, how's he gonna take the sea baths if it ain't on the sea?
Looky here, did you ever see any Congress, Walter?
Yes.
Well, did you have to go to Congress to get it?
Well, no.
Well, neither does William IV have to go to the sea to get a sea bath.
How does he get it then?
He gets it the way people down here gets Congress water, in barrels. There in the palace at Sheffield, they've got furnaces, and he wants his water hot. They can't boil that amount of water way off there at the sea. They ain't got no conveniences for it.
Honest Injun, now, ain't you been telling me a lot of lies?
Honest Injun?
None of it at all?
None of it at all. Not a lie in it.
Lay your hands on this book and say it.
I seed it weren't nothing but a dictionary, so I laid my hand on it, and I said it. So then she looked a little better satisfied and says,
Well then, I'll believe some of it, but I hope to gracious if I'll believe the rest.
About that time, Mary Jane and Susan stepped into the room.
What is it you won't believe, Joe? It ain't right nor kind of you to talk to him so. And him a stranger and so far from his people. How'd you like to be treated so?
That's always your way, Mary Jane. Always feeling in to help somebody before they're hurt. I ain't done nothing to him. He told some stretchers, I reckon, and I ain't swallowed none of it. And that's every bit and grain I did say. I reckon he can stand a little thing like that, Katie.
I don't care whether it was little or whether it was big. Now, he's in our house and a stranger's, and it wasn't good of you to say it. If you was in his place, it would make you feel ashamed, and you oughtn't to say a thing to another person that will make them feel ashamed.
Why, Mary Jane, he said...
It don't make no difference what he said. That ain't the thing. The thing is for you to treat him kind, and not be saying things to make him remember that he ain't in his own country and amongst his own folks.
I says to myself, this here's a girl that I'm letting that old reptile rob her of her money. And then Susan, she waltzes in. And if you believe me, she did give Hairlip Hart from the tomb. So I says to myself, and this here's another one that I'm letting him rob her of her money. And then Mary Jane, she took another inning and went in sweet and real lovely again, which, of course, was her way. But when she got done, there weren't hardly anything left for old Hairlip. She just hollered.
All right, then, you just ask his pardon.
She done it, too, and she done it real beautiful. She done it so beautiful, it was good to hear. I wished I could tell her 1,000 lies so that she could do it all over again. I says to myself, this here's another one that I'm letting him rob her of her money. And when she got through, they all just laid themselves out to make me feel right at home. And I knowed I was amongst friends. I felt real sorry, so ornery and low down and mean. I says to myself, my mind's made up. I'll hide that there money for 'em or bust. When I got by myself, I went to thinking the thing over, and I says to myself, shall I go private and tell Mary Jane? No, I reckon I dasn't do it. Her face would give them a hint for sure. They've got the money, and they'd slide right out and get away with it. No, I reckon there weren't no good way but one. I got to steal that there money somehow, and I got to steal it some way so's that they won't suspicion that I done it. I'll steal it and hide it, and by, when I'm away down the river, I'll write a letter and tell Miss Mary Jane where it's hid. So, I went to find the money, hid in the king's room. When I heard him all of a sudden and the Duke a-coming, I reckon I hid behind some clothes. They talked for a while, and then he got the money out and hid it in the straw tick. The Duke was all in favor of cutting out with just the 6,000, but the king, he allowed he'd stick around and auction off all the property and the slaves and such, and really milk the deal out. As soon as they left the room, I grabbed that there bag of money, and then I groped my way up to my cubby and hid it there. Finally, I went to bed with my clothes all on, but I couldn't have gone to sleep if I'd wanted to. I reckon I was in such a sweat to get through with this here business. By, I heard the king and the Duke come up, so I rolled off my pallet and laid my chin on the top of the ladder, and I wanted to see if anything was really going to happen. Nothing did. So I held on till the late sounds had quit and the early ones hadn't begun yet, and then I slipped down that there ladder. Just as I got downstairs, I heard someone coming, so I slipped into the room where the corpse was and slipped the money in the coffin. It was real scary, and then I hid behind the door. The person coming was Miss Mary Jane, and she went in and started crying and praying and stuff. I reckon I sneaked out and back to bed, feeling rather blue because things hadn't worked out quite the way I'd planned it. The next day, I kept watch pretty close, but nobody seemed much different. Finally, that there preacher and all them mourners started coming in. They played some tearful, sorrowful music, and that there preacher preached a long and tiresome sermon.
his resting place a happy one. May he enjoy all of the bliss as goes to one who enters the gates of heaven. Glory be, praise to him.
Then the undertaker sneaked up to the coffin and screwed the lid on. I didn't know if the money was still in there or not. So says I, suppose somebody has hogged that there bag on the sly. I reckon I didn't know what to do. I wish to goodness I'd just let it alone. Dad fetched the whole rotten business. They buried him. When we come back to the house, I went to worrying again. The king, he visited around in the evening, and he gave out the idea that his congregation over there in England would be all in a sweat about him. So I reckon he must hurry up and settle the estate right away and leave for home. And of course, he and William would take the girls with him. This here pleased the girls real much, and they was all excited about the trip. Well, blamed if the king didn't build the house and the niggers and all the property for auction right off. Sale 2 days after the funeral. But anybody could buy a private forehand if they wanted to. So, the day after the funeral, along about noontime, the girls' joy got the first jolt. A couple of nigger traders come along, and the king sold them niggers, and away they went. The 2 sons up the river to Memphis, and their mother down the river to Orleans. It was terrible, the grief of them niggers and the girls, the crying and carrying on so. I reckon I would have told on our gang if I hadn't known the sale weren't no account at all, and them there niggers would be back home in a week or 2. The next day was auction day. About broad day in the morning, the king and the duke come up, and they woke me up, and I seed right off there's trouble. And that there king says to me,
"Was you in my room night before last?"
"No, your majesty."
"Was you in there yesterday or last night?"
"No, sir, your majesty."
"Have you seen anybody else go in there?"
"No, your grace. Not as I remember, I believe."
"Now stop and think."
Well, I see the niggers go in there several times."
"What? All of them?"
"No, leastways, not all at once. That is, I don't think I ever seen them all come out at once, but just sort of one at a time."
"When was that?"
That was the day we had the funeral, in the morning. It weren't early, 'cause I overslept. I was just starting down the ladder, and I seen them."
"Well, go on. Go on. What did they do? How'd they act?"
They didn't do nothing. And they didn't act anyway much, as far as I see. They tippy-toed away. So I seen enough, easy enough, that they'd shoved in there to do up your majesty's room, or something, supposing you was up, and they found you weren't up. And so they was hoping to slide out of the way of trouble without waking you up, if they hadn't already waked you up, sir."
"Great guns! This is a go!" "Does beat all how neat them there niggers played their hand. And they let on to be sorry they was going out of this region. And I believe they was sorry. So'd you. Well, so'd everybody. You don't ever tell me anymore that a nigger ain't got any histrionic talent. Why, the way they played that thing, it would fool anybody. In my opinion, there's a fortune in 'em. If I had capital and a theater, I wouldn't want a better layout than that. And here we gone and sold 'em for a song. Yeah, and ain't privileged to sing that song yet."
"Sir, is something gone wrong?"
"None of your business. You keep your head shut and mind your own affairs, if you got any. Long as you're in this town, don't you forget that. You hear? Now, Duke, we got to just swallow it and say nothing. Mum's the word for us. Quick sales and small profits. Oh, it's a good business, yeah. I was trying to do for the best in selling them out so quick. If the profits has turned out to be none, nothing considerable, yeah, and none to carry, is it my fault any more than yours? Well, they'd be in this house yet, and we wouldn't.
if I could have got my advice listened to. Cuss you. I can see now why
The
you
king
so
sat
anxious
back
to
as much as
make
was
up
safe
that
for him,
deficit.
and then waltzed in and cussed himself a while, and said it all come of him not lying late and taking his natural rest that morning, and he'd be blamed if he'd ever do it again. So they went off a jawing, and I felt dreadful glad. I'd worked it all off onto the niggers, and yet hadn't done the niggers no harm back. By and by, it was getting up time, so I come down the ladder and started for downstairs. But as I come to the girls' room, I see the door was open, and I see Miss Mary Jane sitting by her old hair trunk, which was open, and she'd been packing things in it, and crying. And I went in there and I says, Miss Mary Jane, please don't cry. Tell me all about it.
Oh, it's the niggers. Smelling them has spoiled my beautiful trip to England. I don't see how I'll ever be happy again, knowing them nigger boys ain't ever gonna see their mother again.
But they will. Miss Mary Jane, they will inside of 2 weeks. I knowed it.
Oh, Lord, really? Please tell me again. Say it again. Say it again.
I seed I'd spoke too sudden and said too much and was in a close place. I asked her to let me think about it a minute. So I went to studying it out. I says to myself, I reckon a body that ups and tells the truth when he's in a tight place, he's taking considerable many risks. Though I ain't had no experience of that, and I can't say for certain. But it looks to me anyway that here's a case where I'm blessed if it don't look to me like the truth is better and actually safer than a lie. Then I says, Miss Mary Jane, is there any place out of town a little ways where you could go and stay for 3 or 4 days?
Yes, Mr. Lothrop's. Why?
Never you mind yet. If I tell you how I know that the niggers will see each other again inside of 2 weeks, right here in this house, and prove how I know it, will you go to Mr. Lothrop's and stay for 4 days?
4 days? I'll stay a year.
All right. I don't want nothing more out of you than just your word. I'd rather have that than another man's kiss the Bible. She smiled and reddened up very sweet-like, and I says, if you don't mind, I'll shut the door and bolt it. Now, don't you holler. Just sit real still and take it like a man. I got to tell the truth, and I want you to brace up, Miss Mary, because it's a bad kind, and it's going to be hard to take, but there ain't no help for it. These here uncles of yourn ain't no uncles at all. They're a couple of frauds, regular deadbeats. I reckon it jolted her up like everything, of course, but I was over the shoal water now, so I went right along. Her eyes a-blazing higher and higher all the time, and I told her every blame thing, from where we first struck that young fool going up to the steamboat, clear through to where she flung herself into the king's breast at the front door, and he kissed her 16 or 17 times. And then up she jumps, and with her face afire like sunset, she says,
Oh, don't waste a minute, not a second. We'll have him tarred and feathered and flung in the river.
I reckon we certainly will. But do you mean before you go to Mr. Lothrop?
Oh, what am I thinking about? Oh, don't mind what I said. Please don't. You won't now, will you? You tell me what to do, and whatever you say, I'll do.
Well, it's a rough gang, them 2 frauds, and I'm fixed, so I got to travel with them a while longer, whether I want to or not. I'd rather not tell you why. And if you was to blow on them, this town would get me out of their claws, and I'd be all right. But there's another person that you don't know about who'd be in real big trouble. Well, you see, we got to save him, ain't we? Of course we have. Well, then, we won't blow on him. I had a plan, but I didn't want to work it till night. Miss Mary Jane, I'll tell you what we'll do. And you don't have to stay at Mr. Lothrop's so long, neither. How far is it?
Oh, a little short of 4 miles, right out in the country, back here.
I reckon that there's the answer. Now, you go along out there, you hear, and lay low till
9 or half past tonight, and then get them to fetch you home again. Tell them you just thought of something. And you get there before 11, put a candle in the window. And if I don't turn up, you wait till 11. And then if I don't turn up, it means I'm gone and out of the way and real safe. Then you come out and spread the news around and get these beats jailed.
Good. I'll do it.
And if it just happens so that I don't get away, but get took up along with him, you must up and say I told you the whole thing beforehand. And you must stand by me all you can, hear?
Stand by you? Indeed I will. They shan't touch a hair of your head.
Here now, give me a pencil and a piece of paper. There, Royal Nonesuch, Bricksville. Now, Mary Jane, put it away, and don't lose it. When the court wants to find out something about these two, let them send up to Bricksville and say they've got the men that played the Royal Nonesuch. And Mary Jane, ask for some witnesses. Why, you'll have the entire town down here before you can hardly wink, Miss Mary, and they'll come a-boiling, too.
All right. I'll leave right away, and I'll do as you say.
Mary Jane, there's one more thing. The bag of money. But I didn't want to tell her where I'd hid it, so I just wrote where I hid it on a piece of paper and asked her not to read it till she was on the road to Mr. Lover's. I reckon Mary Jane, she lit out and nobody seed her go. When I struck Susan on the hair lip, I says, "What's the name of them people over on the other side of the river that y'all goes to see sometimes?"
There's several, but it's the Proctors mainly.
Ah, that's the name. I most forgot it. Well, Miss Mary Jane, she told me to tell you she's gone over there in a dreadful hurry. One of 'em's sick.
Which one?
I don't know. Leastways, I kind of forgot, but I think it's...
Oh, sakes alive. I hope it ain't Hannah.
I'm sorry to say it, ma'am, but Hannah's the very one.
Oh, my goodness. And she was so well on the last week. Is she took bad?
I reckon there ain't no name for it. They set up with her all night. Miss Mary Jane said, and well, they don't think that she'll last many hours.
Only think of that now. What's the matter with her?
She got the mumps.
Mumps, your granny. They don't set up with people that's got the mumps.
They don't, do they? You better bet that they do with these mumps. These mumps is different. It's a sort of a new kind, Miss Mary Jane said.
How's it a new kind?
Well, it's sort of mixed up with other things.
What other things?
Well, it's mixed up with measles and whooping cough and erysipelas and consumption and yeller janders and brain fever and I reckon I don't know what all.
My lands, and they call it the mumps?
That there's what Miss Mary Jane said.
Well, what in the nation do they call it the mumps for?
Well, because it is the mumps. That there's what it starts with.
Well, that don't make sense. Is it catching?
Is it catching? How you talk?
Well, it's awful, I think. I'm going to Uncle Harvey.
I would, ma'am. I reckon I really would. Of course I would. I wouldn't lose no time.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, ma'am, just look at it a minute, and maybe you can see. Ain't your uncles obliged to get along home to England just as fast as they can? And you reckon they'd be mean enough to go off and leave you to go all that their journey by yourselves? You know they'll wait for you. Your Uncle Harvey's a preacher, ain't he? Well then, is a preacher going to deceive a steamboat clerk? Is he going to deceive a ship clerk? So as to get them to let Miss Mary Jane go aboard? Why, you know that ain't true. That isn't what they're going to do. Well, what will he do then? He'll say it's a great pity, but my church matters has got to get along the best way they can. For my niece has been exposed to the dreadful pluribus numium mumps, and so it's my bounden duty to sit down right here and wait the 3 months it takes to show on her. That is, if she's got it at all. But never you mind. If you think it's best to tell your Uncle Harvey...
Shucks. And stay fooling around here when we could all be having good times in England whilst we was waiting to find out whether Mary Jane's got it or not? Well, you talk like a muggins.
Well, maybe you're right, ma'am. Yes, I reckon I judge you all right. But you should tell your Uncle Harvey that she went to see the Apthorpes and see that they come and bid on the house, because your father would have liked to have them seen it. We don't want him to worry about her, do we?
All right, we'll give him the message.
Well, I reckon everything was all right now. The girls wouldn't say nothing because they wanted to go to England. And the king and the duke would rather Mary Jane was off working for the auction than around in reach of Dr. Robinson. I suppose I felt real good. I judged I'd done it pretty neat. I reckon Tom Sawyer couldn't have done it more neater himself. Of course, Tom, he'd have throwed in more style. But I can't do that very handy, not being brung up to it. Well, they had that there auction in the public square. And finally, it was almost over, except for one little old cemetery lot. And while this was being sold, a steamboat landed in about 2 minutes, and up comes a big crowd.
Here's your opposition line, right over here. Here's your 2 sets of heirs to old Peter Welch. And you pays your money, and you takes your choice.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 9 of 12.
They was fetching a nice-looking old gentleman along and a nice-looking younger one with his right arm in sling. And my souls, how the people yelled and laughed, and they just kept it up. But I reckon I didn't see no joke about it. I judged it'd strain the Duke and the King some to see any. I reckon they turned pale. But no, nary a pale did they turn. The Duke, he never let on at all his suspicions what was up, but just went on goo-gooing around, sort of happy and satisfied, like a jug that's googling out buttermilk. As for the King, he just gazed and gazed down sorrowful on them there newcomers, like it sort of give him a stomach ache in his very heart to think that there could be such frauds and rascals in the world. That there old gentleman that had just come, he looked flat puzzled to death. Pretty soon he begun to speak, and I seed right off he pronounced like an Englishman. Not in the King's way, though the King was pretty good for an imitation.
This is a surprise to me which I wasn't looking for. And an acknowledged candid and frank, I ain't very well fixed to meet it and answer it. For me brother and me has had misfortunes. He's broke his arm, and our baggage got put off at a town above here last night in the night by a mistake. I'm Peter Wilkes' brother, Harvey, and this is his brother William, which can't hear nor speak, and can't even make signs to amount to much, now he's only got one hand to work them with. We are who we say we are. In a day or two, when I get the baggage, I can prove it. But up to then, I won't say nothing more. Go to the hotel and wait.
Broke his arm. Very likely, ain't it? Oh, and very convenient, too. Ooh, for a fraud that's got to make signs and ain't learned how. Lost their baggage. That's mighty good. Oh, yeah. And mighty ingenious. Under the circumstances.
I reckon everybody except 3 or 4 people seemed to side with the King. One of those that didn't was Levi Bell, who had just come back from Louisville, and another big, rough husky that and listened to everything. And then he says,
Look at here. If you all are Harvey Wilkes, when'd you come to this town?
The day before the funeral, friend.
Well, at what time of day?
In the evening. About an hour or two before sundown.
How'd you come?
I come down on the Susan Powell from Cincinnati.
Well, then, how come you to be up at the pint in the morning in a canoe?
Why, I went up at the pint in the morning.
It's a lie. Hey, you all right talk to a preacher that way, man?
several of the people begged him not to talk out their way to the preacher.
No, preacher be hanged. He's a fraud and a liar. He was up at the pint this morning. I live up there, don't I? Well, I was up there, and he was up there. I see him there. He come in a canoe along with Tim Collins and a boy.
Would you know the boy again if you was to see him, Hines?
I reckon I would, but I don't know. What? Why, yonder he is, now. I know him perfectly easy.
It was me he pointed at.
Neighbors, I don't know whether the new couple is frauds, but if these two ain't frauds, I'm an idiot, that's all. I think it's our duty to see that they don't get away from here until we've looked into this thing. Come along, Hines. Come along, all the rest of you. We'll take these fellows to the tavern and affront them with the other couple, and I reckon we'll find out something before we get through.
So off we went to the tavern. After we got there, the doctor made another speech, and then asked the king to produce the bag of gold. And I reckon everyone was satisfied as to who was who. The king explained how the niggers had stole the gold before they sold, and they said I could verify it, of course. And then they started on me. That their discussion went on for hours. They made very sure everyone told his story over and over and over again. And it was sort of obvious to me who was lying and who was telling the truth. And I knew I wasn't lying. Too good. Then Levi Bell, the lawyer, he got in on the thing and started asking questions of everybody. Finally, he decided to take a sample of everyone's handwriting and compare it with the letters that the old man Wilkes had received from his brother Harvey. Nobody's matched. And that there made everything real confusing. And then the new old gentleman says,
Please, let me explain. Nobody can read my hand but my brother there, so he copies for me. It's his hand you've got there, not mine.
Well, this is a state of things. I've got some of William's letters, too. So if you'll get him to write a line or so, or we can...
Oh, he can't write with his left hand. If he could use his right hand, you would see that he wrote his own letter, and mine, too. Look at both, please. They're by the same hand.
I believe it's so. And if it ain't so, there's a heap stronger resemblance than I noticed before, anyway. Well. I thought we was right on the track of a solution, but it's gone to grass, partly. But anyway, one thing is proved. These two ain't either of them Wilkes's.
And right then and there, he wagged his head towards the king and the duke. Even then, that there mule-headed old king wouldn't give in, and the jawing kept right on. And then the old man broke in.
I've thought of something. Is there anybody here that helped to lay out helped to lay out the late Peter Wilkes for burying?
Oh, yes. Me and Abe Turner done it. We're both here.
Perhaps this gentleman can tell me what was tattooed on his breast.
Blind if the king didn't try to bluff his way out of that one.
Oh, it's a very tough question, ain't it? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I
can tell you what's tattooed on his breast. It's just a small, thin, blue arrow. That's what it is. And if you don't look close, you can't see it. Now, what do you say to that?
There! You heard what he said. You heard. Was there any such mark on Pete Wilkes' breast? Huh?
We didn't see no such mark.
Oh, good. And now, what did you see on his breast? Was a small, dim P and a B and a W with dashes between them. Come, ain't that what you saw?
No, we didn't. We never seen any marks at all.
I reckon everybody was in the state now and accused them all of being frauds and fines.
You know what we ought to do? We
Gentlemen, hear me just a word. Just a single word. If you please. There's one way yet. Let's go and dig up the corpse and look. They took us and started off to the graveyard, swearing that if they didn't find them there marks, they'd lynch us all. The graveyard was 1.5 miles down the river. We took off in the dark, and then to make it even more scary, he'd started to thunder and lightning and rain. Get away with it. I couldn't. They held on to me by the wrist, and I reckoned it just wasn't no use. When they got there, they swarmed in and started to dig. At last, they got the coffin out and begun to unscrew the lid. All of a sudden, the lightning let go a perfect sluice of white glare.
Here's the bag of gold on his breast.
In all confusion, they let go of my wrist, and I lit out and skinned for the road. And did I clip along. When I struck the town, I seed that there weren't nobody out in the store. So I never hunted for them their back streets, but humped it straight through the main one. And when I begun to get towards our house, I aimed my eye for it, and there it was. No light there. The house was all dark, which made me feel sorry, sort of disappointed. I don't know why. But at last, just as I was a-sailing by, flash comes a light from Mary Jane's window, and my heart swelled up all of a sudden like to bust. The same second, the house and all was behind me in the dark, and wasn't ever going to be before me no more in this world. She was the best girl I'd ever seen. As soon as I got to the river, I found a canoe that wasn't chained, and I laid out about their raft.
Huck, is that you?
Come on, Jim. Come on, let's get started. Set her loose. We're through with it. I reckon we let loose, and we were so happy that we did ourselves a little jig. Then I heard a noise. Sure enough, when the next flash of lightning busted out, here they come. It was the king and the duke. It was all I could do to keep from crying. I reckon we dasn't stop again at any town for days and days. Kept right along down the river. By and by, the king and the duke decided we was far enough away, and they started to work the villages again. First, they done a beautiful lecture on temperance, but they didn't make enough out of it for 'em both to get drunk on. Then they tackled missionarying and mesmerizing and doctoring and telling fortunes and such, and every little thing, but they didn't seem to have no luck at all. One day when they was about broke, they go together sort of private and talked and talked and talked. And Jim and me figured that they was planning to break into a store or something, and we was pretty scared. Early one morning, we got to a little shabby village named Pikesville,
and the king went ashore to see if anybody had got wind of the royal nonesuch there yet. If he didn't come back by noon, the Duke and me was to come along into town. So I reckon we waited and waited, and the Duke fretted quite a little bit. But when the king hadn't come back by midday, me and the Duke went into the village and hunted around for the king. By and by, we found him in the back room of a little old doggery, and man, was he drunk. The king and the Duke began to abuse each other, and while they was at it, I flat lit out for the raft, for I sawed our chance, and I made up my mind that it'd be a long day before they'd ever see me and Jim again. And when I reached the raft, I sung out, "Set her loose, Jim. We're all right now." But there weren't no answer. Jim, I reckon, was gone. I looked and I looked for him, and then I sat down and I just flat cried. I couldn't help it. Pretty soon I went out on the road and I run across the boy walking, and I says, "Have you seen a strange nigger around here?"
Yes.
"Whereabouts?"
Down beside of Phil's place, 2 miles below here. He's a runaway nigger, and they got him. Was you looking for him?
"You can bet I ain't. I run across him in the woods about an hour or two ago, and he said if I hollered, he'd cut my livers out, and told me to lie down and stay right where I was, and I done it. I've been there ever since, afeard to come out."
Well, you needn't be afeard no more, because they got him. He's run off from down south.
"You mean they really got him?"
Well, I reckon there's a $200 reward on him, and it's like picking up money out of the road.
"It sure is, and I reckon I could have had it if I'd have been big enough. I seen him first. Who nailed him?"
It was an old fellow, a stranger, named Kang.
I went back to the raft and sat down in the wigwam to think. You know, after all we'd done for them scoundrels, and they'd gone and played such a trick as that on poor Jim, and make him a slave again for life, and among strangers, for $40 dirty dollars. Once I said to myself, it'd be 1,000 times better for Jim to be a slave at home where his family was, as long as he's got to be a slave. And so I'd better write a letter to Tom Sawyer and tell him to tell Miss Watson where he was. But I reckon I soon give up that notion for 2 things. She'd be mad and disgusted at this rascality and ungratefulness for leaving her. And so she'd sell him straight down the river again. I know she'd do that. And if she didn't, everybody naturally despises an ungrateful nigger. They'd make Jim feel it all the time. And so he'd feel ornery and disgraced. And then think about me. It'd get all around that Huck Finn helped the nigger to get his freedom. That seems to be just the way it is. A person does a low-down thing, and then he don't want to take no consequences of it. Thinks as long as I could hide, I guess it ain't no disgrace. That was my fix right then, exactly. Well, I reckon I tried the best I could to kind of soften it up somehow for myself by saying that I was brung up wicked, and so I weren't so much to blame. But something inside of me kept saying, there was that there Sunday school that you could have gone to, and if you'd have done it, they'd have learned you there that people that acts as I've been acting about the nigger goes to the everlasting fire. That made me shiver all over, and I about made up my mind to pray and see if I couldn't try to quit being the kind of boy I was and be better. So I kneeled down right there. But I reckon the words wouldn't come. Why wouldn't they? It weren't no use to try and hide it from him, nor from me neither. I knowed very well why they wouldn't come. I was trying to make my mouth say I would do the right thing and the clean thing and go and write to that nigger's owner and tell him where he was. But
deep down in me, I knowed it was a lie. And what's worse, he knowed it. You can't pray a lie. I reckon I found that out. So I was sort of full of trouble, full as I could be, and didn't know what to do. At last, I reckon I had an idea. I says, I'll go and write the letter, and then see if I can pray. You know, it was most astonishing, the way I felt as light as a feather right straight off, and my troubles all gone. So I got a piece of paper and a pencil, all glad and excited like, and sat down and wrote. And then I laid the letter aside to mail later. I felt real good and all washed clean of sin for the first time I'd ever felt in my whole life. And I knowed I could pray now. But I didn't do it right straight off, but laid the paper down and just sat there thinking how good it all was. That it happened so, and how near I come to being lost and going to hell. And I just went right on thinking, and got to thinking over our trip down the river. And I could see Jim before me all the time.
Is that you, honey?
I'd see him standing my watch on top of his, and see how glad he was when I come back out of the fog at times, at such times like. And how good he always was.
Oh, my Lordy, Lord.
I happened to look around and I see that paper. I took it up and held it in my hand. I was trembling because I'd got to decide forever twixt two things. And I flat wrote it. I studied a minute, sort of holding my breath. And then I says to myself, all right then, I'll flat go to hell. And I tore it up. It was awful thoughts and awful words, but they were said. And I let them stay said. And I never thought no more about reforming. I shoved the whole thing out of my head. And I said I'd take up wickedness again, which of course was in my line, being brought up that way. And there weren't no other way. And for a starter, I'd go to work and steal Jim right out of slavery again. And if I could think up anything worse, I'd do that too, because as long as I was in, and in for good, I thought I might just as well go whole hog. Right then, I started to work out a plan. I moved the raft and I hid her good. Then I took the canoe and headed for shore about where I thought the Phelps place would be. I found it and went aground because I wanted to come in on the village side. When I got to the town, the first thing I run into was the Duke sticking up bills for the Royal Nonsuch. I couldn't duck. I didn't have time, and he saw me.
Hello. Where'd you come from? Where's the raft? You got her in a good place?
Why, that's just what I was going to ask your grace.
Now, what was your idea for asking me?
Well, when I got back yesterday, I found the raft gone, and I figured you'd gone into trouble and had to flat leave. And they took my nigger, which is the only one I've got in the world. And I just sat down and cried. I slept in the woods all night. But what did become of the raft then? And Jim, poor Jim.
Blamed if I know. That is, what became of the raft. That old fool got a hold of $40, and he got drunk and gambled all of it away. When we got home last night, the raft was gone. We thought you took it. You reckon that nigger would blow on us? Oh, we'd skin him if he done that.
How could he blow? Hadn't he run off?
No. That old fool sold him. And never divided with me, and the money's gone.
Sold him? Sold Jim? Well, he was my nigger. And that was my money. Where is he? I want my nigger.
Well, you can't get your nigger, that's all. So dry up your blubbering.
And then he told me a bunch of lies about where Jim was, so that I'd be gone at least 3 days to check him all out. And by that time, way to finish that there little royal none-such game in the village and be safely gone. I pretended to believe him and took off for the back country, and then I doubled back through the woods toward Phelps. I reckon I'd better start in on my plans straight off without fooling around, 'cause I wanted to stop Jim's mouth till those fellas could get away. I didn't want no trouble with their kind, I reckon. I'd seen all I wanted of them, and I wanted to get entirely shut of them. Phelps was one of these little one-horse cotton plantations, and they all just sort of look alike. I started into the yard, and the hounds raised an awful ruckus, and I just stood there. A nigger woman come tearing out of the kitchen and quieted them their dogs. And then a little nigger girl and two little nigger boys come out and hid behind their mother's skirts. And along come the white woman, about 45 or 50 years old, and her little white children.
Oh, it's you at last, ain't it?
Yes, sir?
Why, you don't look as much like your mother as I reckon you would. For Lord's sake, I don't care for that. I'm so glad to see you. Oh, dear. Dear, it does seem like I could just eat you up. Children, it's your cousin Tom. Tell him howdy. Lies, hurry up and get him a hot breakfast right away. Or did you get your breakfast on the boat?
I reckon I told her I got my breakfast on the boat. So then she kept asking questions about the boat and how they'd been expecting me for days and why I was so late coming. And I told her that there boat I was on was held up with a blowed-out cylinder head.
Good gracious. Anybody hurt?
No, ma'am. Killed a nigger.
Well, it's lucky, because sometimes people do get hurt. Your uncle's been up to town every day to fetch you, and he's gone again. You must have met him on the road, didn't you? Oldish man with a kind
I interrupted her right there and told her I'd come in the back way. So I reckon I hadn't seen him. She just kept on asking questions about my baggage and my trip and my breakfast, and so much that, why, she had me plumb scared. And then...
Now you tell me all about this, and everybody. Oh, just tell me everything, every last thing you can think of.
Right there, I seed I was up a stump, and I reckon I was up it good. Providence had stood by me real good so far, but I was hard and tight aground now. I seed it weren't a bit of use to try to go ahead. I'd got to throw up my hand. So I says to myself, here's another place where I got to risk the truth. I opened my mouth to begin, but she grabbed me and hustled me in behind the bed.
Here he comes. Now you stick your head down lower there. That'll do. Now, you can't be seen now. Don't let on you're here. I'll play a joke on him. Children, don't you say a word.
I had just one look at the old man, and then the bed hit him, and Mrs. Phelps jumped him.
Has he come?
No, ma'am. No, not yet.
Goodness gracious. What in the world can have happened to him?
I can't imagine. I must say it makes me dreadful uneasy.
Uneasy? I'm ready to go distracted. He must have come, and you must have missed him along the road.
And they went on just tormenting that poor old man. Finally, she pulled me out. And when the old man saw me, he didn't know who I was and was real puzzled. And finally, Mrs. Phelps, she said,
It's Tom Sawyer!
The old man grabbed me and shook hands with me. And everybody was real happy and laughing and crying, all that sort of thing, and they seemed real pleased. But not any more than I was, I reckon, because I knew now who I was. Being Tom Sawyer was easy and sort of comfortable. But then I heard a steamboat whistle. And I says to myself, suppose Tom Sawyer comes down on that there boat And suppose he steps in here any minute and sings out my name before I can throw him a wink to keep him quiet. Well, I couldn't have it that way. Yeah, that wouldn't do at all. I gotta get up to that there road right now and waylay him. So I told the folks I reckon I'd go up to the town and fetch down my baggage. The old man, he was all for going along with me, but I said, no, I reckon not. I can drive a horse myself. I'd rather he didn't take no trouble about me at all.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 10 of 12.
So I started for town in the wagon, and when I was about halfway, I see the wagon coming. And sure enough, it was Tom Sawyer. And I stopped and waited till he come alongside. I says, hold on there. And the wagon stopped right alongside of mine. And Tom's mouth opened up like a trunk and stayed so. And he swallowed 2 or 3 times like a person that had a dry throat.
I ain't ever done you no harm, Huck. You know that. So then, why do you want to come back and hate me for?
I ain't come back, Tom. I ain't never been gone.
Don't you play nothing on me, 'cause I wouldn't on you. Honest Injun, you ain't a ghost?
Honest Injun, Tom, I ain't.
Well, that ought to settle it. But I can't somehow seem to understand it no way. Looky here, Huck. Weren't you ever murdered at all?
No, I weren't ever murdered at all. I played a trick on him. And right there, he wanted to know all about it right off. 'Cause it was a grand adventure and real mysterious. And so it hit him where he lived. But he said, leave it alone till by and by, and told his driver to wait. And we drove off a little piece, and I told him the kind of a fix I was in. And what did he reckon that we'd better do? He said, just leave him alone a minute and don't disturb him. He thought, and pretty soon Tom said,
it's all right. I got it. Now, you take my trunk in your wagon and let on it's yourn. And you turn back and fool along slow, so as to get to the house about the time you ought to. And I'll go towards town a piece and take a fresh start and get there a half hour after you. But don't let on you know me at first.
All right, Tom, but wait a minute. There's one thing, a thing that nobody don't know but me, and that is that, Tom, there's a nigger here that I'm trying to steal out of slavery, and his name is Jim. You know, old Miss Watson's Jim.
What? Why, Jim is...
I know, Tom. I know what you'll say. You'll say it's dirty, low-down business. But what if it is, Tom? I'm low down, and I'm a-going to steal him, and I want you to keep mum and not let on. Will you do it, Tom?
I'll help you steal him.
Right there, I let go all holds like I was shot. It was the most astonishing speech I'd ever heard, and I'm bound to say Tom Sawyer fell considerable in my estimation. Only I couldn't believe it. Tom Sawyer, a nigger stealer? Right then, he took the trunk and put it in my wagon. He drove off his way, and I drove off mine. In about a half hour, we heard Tom's wagon drive up. And Aunt Sally, she says,
Here's somebody come. I wonder who it is. I do believe it's a stranger. Jimmy, run and tell Lize to put on another plate for dinner.
Everybody made a rush for the front door, because, of course, a stranger don't come by every year. Tom was over the stile and starting for the house. The wagon was spinning up the road to the village, and we was all bunched at the front door. Tom had his store clothes on, and Tom had an audience, and that was always real nuts with Tom Sawyer. In them circumstances, it weren't no trouble to him to throw in an amount of style that was real suitable. When he got in front of us, he lifts his hat ever so gracious and dainty-like it was a lid of a box that had butterflies a sort of sleep in it, and he didn't want to disturb them.
Mr. Archibald Nichols, I presume?
No, my boy. I'm sorry to say your driver has deceived you. Nichols' place is down a matter of 3 miles more. But come on in. Come on in and eat your dinner with us, and then we'll hitch up and take you down to Nichols.
No, I can't make so much trouble. I wouldn't think of it. I'll walk. I don't mind the distance.
It ain't a bit of trouble to us. Not a bit in the world. Now, you must stay. It's a long, dusty 3 mile, and we just can't let you walk. And besides, I already told him to put another plate when I seen you coming, so you mustn't disappoint us. Now, come right in and make yourself at home.
So I reckon Tom, he thanked him very heartily and handsome-like, and let himself be persuaded to come in. And when he was in, he said he was a stranger from Hicksville, Ohio, and his name was William Thompson. And then he made another grand bow. Well, he run on, and on, and on, making up all sorts of stuff about Hicksville and everybody in it that he could invent. And at last, still talking along, Tom reached over and kissed Aunt Sally right flat on the mouth, and then settled back again in his chair real comfortable-like, and was going right on talking, when all of a sudden she jumped up and wiped that there kiss off with the back of her hand. And Aunt Sally says,
"Oh, you audacious puppy!"
I didn't mean nothing, ma'am. I didn't mean no harm. I thought you'd like it.
Why, you born fool! What made you think I'd like it?
Well, I don't know. Only they told me you would.
They told you I would? Who's they?
Why, everybody. They all said so, ma'am.
Who's everybody? Come on now. Out with their names or there'll be an idiot short.
I'm sorry, and I weren't expecting it. But they told me to. They all told me to. They all said, kiss her. And they said she'd like it. But I'm sorry, ma'am, and I won't do it no more. I won't, honest, till you ask me.
Till I ask you? Well, I never seen a beat of it in my born days.
Tom, didn't you think Aunt Sally open her arms out and say, Sid Sawyer?
My land. Why, you impudent young rascal. To fool a body so. Oh, come to me.
No, not till you ask me first.
So she didn't lose no time, but she asked him right there, and hugged him and kissed him over and over again, and then turned him over to the old man, and he took what was left. And after they got a little quiet again, Aunt Sally says,
Why, dear me, I never seen such a surprise. Why, we weren't looking for you at all, but only Tom. Sis never wrote to me a thing about anybody coming but Tom.
It's because it weren't intended for any of us to come but Tom. But I begged, and at the last minute she let me come too. So, coming down the river, me and Tom thought it'd be a first-rate surprise for him to come here to the house first, and for me, by and by, to tag along and drop in and let on to be a stranger. But it was a mistake, Aunt Sally. There ain't no healthy place for a stranger to come.
Why, you ought to have had your jaws boxed. I ain't been so put out since, well, I don't know when. But I don't care. I don't mind the terms. I'd be willing to stand 1,000 such jokes to have you here. Well, to think of that performance. Well, I don't deny it. I was most putrefied with astonishment when you gave me that smack.
I reckon we had a terrific dinner, Real country food, and it sure was good. During the meal, one of the little boys said,
Pa, may Tom and Sid and me go to the show?
No, son. I reckon there ain't going to be any. And you couldn't go if there was. Because a runaway nigger told Burton to be all about that scandalous show. And Burton said he would tell the people. So I reckon they drove the audacious loafers out of town before this time.
So right there, that was that. But I couldn't help it. Tom and me was to sleep in the same room in bed. So, being real tired, we bid good night and went to bed right after supper. And then we clumb out of the window and down the lightning rod and shoved off for town. For I didn't believe anybody was going to give the king and the duke a hand. So if I didn't hurry up and give them one, they'd get into trouble for sure. We struck into town and up through the middle of it. It was as much as 8:30 then. And here comes a raging rush of people with torches and things, and awful hooping and yelling and hollering and banging on tin pans and blowing horns and stuff. As they went by, I see they had the king and the duke astride of a rail. I knowed it was the king and the duke, though they was all over tar and feathers, and didn't look like nothing in this world that was ever human. They just looked like a couple of monstrous big soldier plumes. It made me sick to see it, and I was real sorry for 'em, poor pitiful rascals. It seemed like I couldn't ever feel any hardness against 'em any more in the world. It was a dreadful thing to see. Human beings can be awful cruel to one another. We seed we was too late and couldn't do no good at all. So we poked along back home. I weren't feeling so brash anymore as I was before, but kind of ornery and humble and to blame somehow. Though I hadn't really done nothing. But ain't it always that way? It don't make no difference whether you do right or wrong. A person's conscience ain't got no sense, and it just goes for 'em anyway. Tom Sawyer, he says the very same thing. When we got home and got to thinking, Tom says,
Look at here, Huck. What fools we are not to think of it before. I bet I know where Jim is.
No, Tom, where?
In that hut down by the ash hopper. Well, looky here. When we was at dinner, didn't you see a nigger man go in there with some victuals?
I reckon I did.
Well, what did you think the victuals was for?
I thought they was for a dog.
Well, so did I. Well, it wasn't for a dog.
Why not, Tom?
'Cause part of it was watermelon.
So it was. I remember now, I noticed it. Well, don't it beat all? I never thought about a dog not eating watermelon. It shows how a body can see and still don't see at the same time.
Well, the nigger unlocked the padlock when he went in, and he locked it again when he came out. He fetched Uncle a key about the time we got up from the table. Huck, I bet that's the same key. Watermelon shows man, lock shows prisoner. Now, you work out in your mind and study out a plan to steal Jim. And I'll study one too. And we'll take the one we like the best.
I reckon we was real quiet for a while and thinking. And finally, Tom says,
Huck, are you ready?
I reckon I am, Tom.
All right, bring it out.
My plan, Tom, is this. We can easy find out if it's Jim in there. Then get up my canoe tomorrow night and fetch my raft over from the island. And then the first dark night that comes, steal the key out of the old man's breeches after he goes to bed and shove off down the river on the raft with Jim, hiding daytimes and running nights, the way me and Jim used to do before. Won't that there plan work?
Work? Why, certainly it'd work, like rats are fighting. But it's too simple. There ain't nothing to it. What's the good of a plan that ain't no more trouble than that? It's as mild as goose milk. Why, Huck, it wouldn't make no more talk than breaking into a soap factory.
I never said nothing, 'cause I weren't expecting nothing different. But I knowed mighty well that whenever he got his plan ready, it wouldn't have none of them objections to it, that's for sure. And it didn't. He told me what it was, and I seed in a minute it was worth 15 of mine for style, of course, and would make Jim just as free a man as mine would, and maybe get us all killed besides. So I was satisfied, said we'd waltz in on it. I needn't tell what it was here. I knowed he'd be changing it around every which way as we went along anyhow. We went down to the hut by the ash hopper then and looked around and found a small window with a board nailed across it. And I says, "Here's the ticket, Tom. The hole's big enough for Jim to get through if we wrench off this here board."
It's too simple. I should hope we can find a way that's a little more complicated than that.
So we looked around and found a shed with no floor in it, right up against the hut. It was filled with spades and old worn-out hoes and picks and stuff such like that.
Good. We'll dig him out. It'll take about a week.
The very next morning, early, we went down to the nigger cabins to make friends with the dogs and the nigger that fed Jim. This here nigger had a good-natured, chuckle-headed face, and his wool was all tied up in little bunches with thread. That was to keep the witches off. He said them witches was pestering him something awful these nights, and making him see all kinds of strange things, and hear all kinds of strange words and noises. And he didn't believe he was ever witched so long before in his whole life. He got real worked up. Finally, he asked us to go to the cabin with him. Well, it happened as soon as we went in, Jim called out to us, and the nigger started asking questions. And Tom said he hadn't heard anyone call out, and I agreed with him. And even Jim said he hadn't heard anything either. And then Tom says,
"What do you reckon's the matter with you anyway? What made you think someone sung out?"
"Oh, it's them bad blame witches again, sir, and I wish I was dead, I do. They's always at it, sir, and they most kill me. They scares me so. Please, sir, don't tell nobody about it, sir. Oh, Master Silas, he scolded me, 'cause he say there ain't no witches, and I know there is."
Look, here's a dime for you. We won't tell anybody about this. And you can buy some more thread to tie up your wool with.
The nigger went to the door to see if Tom had given him a good dime. And while he was looking and biting it, Tom says to Jim,
"Jim, don't ever let on you know us. And if you hear any digging going on nights, it's us. We're going to set you free."
An hour before breakfast, we were up and planning how to set Jim free. We went out into the woods to sort of discuss things.
Blame it, this whole thing is just as easy and awkward as can be. And so it makes it so rotten difficult to get up a difficult plan. There ain't no watchman to be drugged. Now, there ought to be a watchman. There ain't even a dog to give a sleeping mixture to. And there's Jim chained by one leg with a 10-foot chain to the leg of his bed. Well, all you gotta do is lift up the bedstead and lift off the chain. And Uncle Silas, he trusts everybody. Sends the key with a pumpkin-headed nigger. And don't send nobody to watch the nigger. Why, drat it, Huck, is the stupidest arrangement I ever see. You gotta invent all the difficulties. Anyhow, there's one thing. There's more honor in getting him out through a lot of difficulties and dangers.
It just seemed that Tom was bound to do things just like they used to in all them books he'd been reading. I had to steal a sheet to make a ladder for him, though goodness knows there was no place to use it. And I had to steal a shirt for Jim to keep a journal on. Jim can't even write, but that didn't make no difference to Tom. According to Tom, all prisoners kept a journal written in their own blood. And then I had to steal some tin plates for Jim to write messages on and throw them out the window. Well, I reckon I borrowed all this stuff, but Tom said it was stealing, and it was all right to steal for a prisoner. I can't quite understand the difference myself. Tom didn't think we should use regular picks and shovels, so I stole a couple of knives. After Tom explained to me about how all the famous prisoners escaped by digging with a knife or a spoon or some such thing as that, I knowed it weren't no use to argue with him, so that's the way we done it. As soon as we reckoned everybody was asleep that night, we went down the lightning rod and shut ourselves up in the lean-to and went to work. Tom says we was right behind Jim's bed right now, and we dig in under it. And when we got through, there couldn't nobody in the cabin ever know that there was a hole there, because Jim's counterpin hung down most to the ground, and you'd have to raise it up and look under it to see the hole. So we dug and we dug and we dug with the case knives till most midnight. By this time we was dog tired, and our hands were blistered, and yet you couldn't see that we'd done anything hardly. And at last I says, it just don't seem like we're ever gonna get this here job finished this way.
It ain't no use, Huck. It ain't gonna work. And if we was prisoners, it would, because then we wouldn't get but a few minutes to dig every day while they was changing watches. And so our hands wouldn't get blistered, and we could keep up right along, year in and year out.
Well, then what do you reckon we should do, Tom?
I tell you, it ain't right and it ain't moral. And I wouldn't like it to get out. But there ain't only just the one way. We gotta dig him out with the picks and let on its case knives.
Now you're talking. Your head gets leveler and leveler all the time, Tom Sawyer. Picks is the thing, moral or no moral. And as for me, I don't care shucks for the morality of it anyhow. When I start in to steal a nigger or a watermelon or a Sunday school book, I ain't no way particular how it's done, just as long as it's done. What I wants now is my nigger. Right then, I got a shovel, and then we picked, and we picked, and we shoveled and turned about, and really made the first line. The next night, we pitched in and finished the hole, crawled in and awakened Jim, and explained our plans to him. Right then, we made arrangements to smuggle all the things we'd gathered up into Jim. In the morning, we went to the niggers' cabins, and while I got Nat's notice off, Tom shoved a pewter spoon and some other things in the middle of the corn pone that was in Jim's food pan, and we went along with Nat to see how it would work, and it worked out just real noble. When Jim bit into it, it most mashed his teeth out. Jim, he never let on at all but what it was only just a piece of rock or something like that. Well, that you always find in your bread, you know. But after that, he never bit into nothing but what he jabbed his fork into it 4 or 5 times first. And while we was standing there in the dimish light, here comes a couple of hounds bulging in from under Jim's bed, and they kept piling on in until there's 11 of them, and there weren't hardly room there to get your breath. James, we'd forgot to fasten the lean-to door. That nigger, he only just hollered bitches once and keeled flat over on the floor amongst the dogs and began to groan like he was flat dying. Tom jerked the door open and flung out a slab of Jim's meat. The dogs really went for it, and in 2 seconds, he was out himself and back again and shut the door. And I knowed he'd fix the other door, too. And then he went to work on the nigger, coaxing him and petting him and asking if he'd been imagining that he saw something again. He raised up and sort of blinked his eyes around and said, "Master said, you say I was a fool, but if I don't believe that I feed most of 1 million dogs or devils or something, I wish I may die right here in these tracks." Master said, I felt him, sir. They was all over me. Dad Patches, I just wish they'd leave me alone, I do.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. What makes them come here just at this runaway nigger's breakfast time? It's because they're hungry. That's the reason. You make them a witch's pie. That's the thing for you to do.
But my land master said How's I going to make a witch's pie? I don't know how to make it. I ain't never heard of no such thing before.
Well, then, I have to make it myself.
Oh, will you do it, honey? Will you? I worship the ground under your feet, I will. Oh, yes.
All right, I'll do it, seeing it's you. And you've been good to us and showed us the runaway nigger. But you gotta be mighty careful. When we come around, you turn your back. And then whatever we put in the pan, don't let on you see it at all. And above all, don't you handle the witch thing.
Handle the matter? What are you talking about? I wouldn't lay the weight of my finger on him. Not for $100,000 billion, I wouldn't.
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 11 of 12.
I reckon that there was all fixed. So then, we went to the rubbish pile in the backyard and scratched around and found an old tin washpan to bake the pie in, and took it down to the cellar and stole it full of flour and started for breakfast. We found a couple of shingle nails that Tom said would be real handy for a prisoner to scribble his name and sorrows on the dungeon walls with. And Tom dropped one of them in Aunt Sally's apron pocket, which was hanging on the chair. And the other one we stuck in the band of Uncle Silas's hat, which was on the bureau, because we heard the children say that their pa and ma was going to the runaway nigger's house this morning. And then we went to breakfast, and Tom dropped the pewter spoon in Uncle Silas's coat pocket. When Aunt Sally came in, she was hot and red and cross.
I've hunted high and I've hunted low, and it does beat all what has become of your other shirt.
My heart fell down amongst my lungs and livers and things, and a hard piece of corn crust started down my throat after it got met on the road with a cough, and was shot across the table and took the one of the children in the eye, curled him up like a fishing worm. And he let out a cry the size of a war whoop. And Tom, he turned kind of blue around the gills. But after that, we was all right again. It was the sudden surprise of it that knocked us so kind of cold. Uncle Silas, he says,
It's most uncommon, curious. I can't understand it. I know perfectly well. I took it off. Because
you ain't got but one on. Oh, just listen at the man. I know you took it off because it was on the clothesline yesterday, and I see it there myself. But it's gone, and that's the long and short of it. A body'd think you would learn to take some sort of care of him at your time of life.
I know it, Sally. And I do cry all I can. But it oughtn't to be altogether my fault because, well, you know, I don't see them. I have nothing to do with them except when they're on me. But I don't believe I've ever lost one of them off of me.
Well, it ain't your fault if you haven't, Silas. You'd have done it if you could, I reckon. And the shirt ain't all that's gone, nother. There's a spoon gone, and that ain't all. There was 10, and now there's only 9. The calf got the shirt, I reckon, but the calf never took the spoon, and that's certain.
Well, what else is gone, Sally?
There's 6 candles gone, that's what. The rats could have got at the candles, and I reckon they did. I wonder they don't walk off with the whole place. And the way you're always going to stop up their holes and don't do it. But you can't lay the spoon on the rat, and that I know.
Well, Sally, I'm at fault. I acknowledge that. I've been remiss. But I won't let tomorrow go by without stopping up them holes.
Just then, the nigger woman steps into the passage, and she says,
Oh, Missy, there's a sheet gone. A sheet gone? Well, for the land's sake, Where's it gone?
I declare to goodness I ain't no notion, Miss Sally. She was on the clothesline yesterday, but she done gone. She just ain't done no more.
Oh, I reckon the world is coming to an end. I never see the beat of it in all my born days. A shirt, and a sheet, and a spoon, and 6 candles.
There's a brass candlestick missing, too.
Oh, clear out of here, you hussy, or I'll take a skillet to you.
Well, I'm here to tell you she was just above it. She kept a-raging right along, running her insurrection all by herself, and everybody else mighty meek and quiet. And at last, Uncle Silas, looking kind of foolish, fishes up that there spoon out of his pocket. She stopped with her mouth wide open and her hands up.
Ha! Ha! It's just as I expected. So, you had it in your pocket all the time. And like as not, you've got the other things in there, too. How did it get there?
I really don't know, Sally, or, I'll tell you. Really, I would, Sally.
Oh, for the land's sake, give a body a rest. Go along now, the whole kitten's biling of you. And don't come nigh me again till I've got back my peace of mind.
I reckon Tom was worried about another spoon. And finally, after getting Aunt Sally over to count 'em, and me taking one out, then putting it back again, and then taking it out again, we finally got that there poor old lady so confused and mad, she didn't know how many spoons there was. So we took out and gave the spoon and the nail to Jim before noon. We put the sheet back on the line that night and stole one out of her closet and kept on putting it back and stealing it again for a couple of days, till I reckon she didn't know how many sheets she had anymore and wouldn't count 'em again. Not to save her life. She'd rather die first. So we was all right now, as to the shirt and the sheet and the spoon and the candles. But the pie, there was a real job. We had no end of trouble with that third pie. We fixed it up away down in the woods and cooked it there. And we had to use up 3 washpans full of flour before we got through. 'Cause you see, we didn't want nothing but the crust. And I reckon we didn't prop it up just right. And that there pie always kept caving in. But of course, we thought of the right way at last, which was to cook the ladder too, right inside the pie. So then we laid in with Jim the second night and tore up the sheet all in little strings and twisted them all together. And long before daylight, we had a lovely rope that you could have hung a person with. We let on it took 9 months, I reckon, to make it. And in the forenoon, we took it down to the woods. But it wouldn't go into the pie. Being made of the whole sheet that way, I suppose there was enough rope there for 40 pies, if we'd have wanted them, and plenty left over for soup or sausage or anything else you might choose. We could have had a whole dinner, but we didn't need it. All we needed was just enough for the pie, so we throwed the rest away. Nat didn't look when we put the witch pie in Jim's feeding pan, and we put the 3 tin plates in the bottom of the pan under the vittles. And so Jim got everything just all right. And as soon as he was by himself, he busted into the pie and hid the rope ladder inside of his straw tick and scratched some marks on the tin plate and throwed it out of the window hole. Making them pens was a distressed, tough job, and so was the saw, and Jim allowed the inscription was going to be the very toughest of all.
Jim's got to do his inscription and coat of arms. They all do.
Why, Moss Tom, I ain't got no coat of arms. I ain't got nothing but this old shirt. And you knows I got to keep the journal on that.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. A coat of arms is very different.
I reckon Jim's right anyway. When he says he ain't got no coat of arms, he ain't.
I reckon I know that. But you bet he'll have one before he goes out of this, 'cause he's gonna go out right.
So while Jim and me worked on the pens, filing on a brickbat, Tom set to work to think out the coat of arms. Then he started to finish up the rest of that part of the work, which was to plan out a mournful inscription. He made up a lot and wrote them out on paper and read them off. He liked them all so well he decided that instead of one, he'd have Jim scribble them all on the wall.
But, Marse Tom, it took me a year to put all that truck on these here logs with a nail.
Come to think, the logs ain't gonna do. They don't have log walls in a dungeon. We gotta dig the inscriptions into a rock. We're gonna fetch a rock.
Jim said rock was worse than them there logs, and since we was having such a tough time trying to make them pens rubbing on them bricks, Tom, he got another idea, and Tom said he'd know how to fix it. We got to have a rock for the coat of arms and mournful inscriptions, and we can kill two birds with the same rock. There's a gaudy big grindstone down at the mill, and we'll smooch it and carve things on it and file out the pens and the saw on it, too. It weren't no slouch of an idea, and it weren't no slouch of a grindstone neither, but we allowed we'd tackle it. We went to get that there grindstone, but it were so big, we had to get Jim to help us. So we raised up his bed and slid the chain off the bed leg, and me and Jim laid into that there grindstone and walked her along like nothing. Tom, he superintended. I reckon Tom Sawyer could out-superintend any boy I ever did see. We got back to the shed and chained Jim up and was ready for bed ourselves, and then all of a sudden Tom says,
"Hey, you got any spiders in here, Jim?"
No, sir. Thanks to goodness I ain't, Marse Tom.
All right, we'll get you some.
But bless you, honey, I don't want none. I's afeard of 'em. I'd just soon have a rattlesnake about.
Hey, that's a good idea, and I reckon it's been done. You must have been done. Stands to reason. Yes. Where could you keep it?
Keep what, Marse Tom?
Why, a rattlesnake.
Goodness gracious alive, Marse Tom. Why, if there was a rattlesnake to come in here, I'd take and bust right out through that log wall. I would, with my head.
Why, Jim, you wouldn't be afraid of it after a little while. You could tame it.
Tame it?
Why, sure, easy enough. Every animal is grateful for kindness and petting, and they wouldn't think of hurting a person that pets them. Any book will tell you that. Why, you could get 'em so in a little while they'll love you and sleep with you and won't stay away from you in a minute. And he'll let you wrap him around your neck and put his head in your mouth.
Oh, Marse Tom, don't talk like that. I can't stand it.
Blame it? Can't you try? I only want you to try. You needn't keep it up if it don't work.
But the trouble all done if the snake bite me while I was a-trying him. Marse Tom, I was willing to tackle most anything that ain't unreasonable. But if you and Huck fetches a rattlesnake in here for me to tame, I was going to leave. That's sure.
Well, then, let it go. Let it go if you're so bullheaded about it. We can get you some garter snakes, and you can tie some buttons on their tails and let on the rattlesnakes. And I reckon that's going to have to do.
I can stand them, Marse Tom. But blame if I couldn't get along without 'em. I tell you that. I never knowed before 'twas so much bother and trouble to be a prisoner.
Well, it always is when it's done right. Hey, you got any rats in here?
No, sir. I ain't seed none.
Well, we'll get you some rats.
Oh, Marse Tom, I don't want no rats. They's the dead blamedest creatures disturb a body and rustle around over him and bite his feet while he's trying to sleep. I ever did see.
But, Jim, you gotta have 'em. They all do. So don't make no more fuss about it. Prisoners ain't ever without rats. Oh, yeah, there's one thing I forgot. Could you raise a flower in here, do you reckon?
I don't know, but maybe I could, Marse Tom. But it's tolerable dark in here, and I ain't got no use for no flower nohow. And she'd be a powerful sight of trouble.
Well, you try it anyway. Some other prisoners has done it, and you want to water it with your tears.
What? I got plenty of spring water, Moss Tom.
You don't want spring water. You want to water it with your tears. It's the way they always do.
Well, she'll die on my hands, Moss Tom. She surely will. 'Cause I don't scarcely ever cry.
So I reckon Tom was flat stunned, but he studied it over and then said Jim would just have to worry along the best he could with an onion. And then me and Tom shoved off for bed. The next day, we got a wire rat trap and set about catching some rats. And we got about 15 big ones and hid 'em under Aunt Sally's bed. But while we was going for spiders, I reckon they got out. And when we got back, Aunt Sally was on the bed just raising Cain, and then their rats was doing what they could to keep off the dull times for her. And she took and dusted us both with a hickory. We was as much as 2 hours catching another 15 or 16 rats. I reckon we finally got a splendid stock of assorted spiders and bugs and frogs and caterpillars and one thing and another. Then we went for the snakes. We grabbed a couple of dozen of garters and house snakes and put 'em in a great big old bag and put 'em in our room. Then we went to supper. When we got back, there weren't a blessed snake in there. Seems like we didn't half tie the sack, and they worked out somehow and just up and flat left. I reckon there weren't no real scarcity of snakes about the house for quite some considerable spell. You'd see 'em dripping from the rafters and places every now and then, and they generally landed right in your plate or down the back of your neck. There weren't no harm in a million of 'em, but that there never made no difference to Aunt Sally. She despised snakes. And every time one of 'em flopped down on her, it didn't make no never mind what she was doing. She'd just flat lay down at work and light out. I never did see such a woman. You could hear her hoot the Jericho. But Tom said all women was just like that. He said they was all made that way for some reason or another. We finally got them snakes laid in, and all other things too, and you never did see a cabin as blithesome as Jim's was, when they'd all swarm out for music and go for it. Jim didn't take to the spiders at all, and the spiders didn't seem to like Jim. So they'd lay for him and make it mighty warm for him. And Jim said that between the rats and the snakes and the grindstone, there weren't no room in bed for him. And when there was, the body just couldn't sleep. It was so lively. And it was always lively, he said, because they never slept all at the same time. They took turn about. So when the snakes was asleep, the rats was on deck. And when the rats turned in, the snakes came on watch. So Jim always had one gang under him in his way, or the other gang hanging the circus over the top of him. And if he got up to hunt a new place, the spiders would take a chance on him as he crossed over. Jim said if he ever got out this time, he wouldn't ever be a prisoner, not ever again, not even for a salary. Well, by the end of 3 weeks, everything was in pretty good shape. Old man had rode a couple of times to the plantation below Orleans to come and get that there runaway nigger, but hadn't gotten no answer, 'cause, you see, there weren't no plantation. And that there old man allowed that he'd advertise Jim in the St. Louis or New Orleans papers. And when he mentioned the St. Louis ones, it give me the shivers, the cold shivers, and I see we hadn't no time to lose. So Tom said,
Well, I guess it's time for the anonymous letters.
What's them?
While they're warnings to people that something's up. Sometimes it's done one way, sometimes another. But there's always someone spying around that gives notice to the governor of the castle. When Louis XVI was going to light out of the Tuileries, a servant girl done it. It's a very good way. And so is anonymous letters. We'll use them both. And it's usual for the prisoner's mother to change clothes with him. And she stays in, and he slides out in her clothes. We'll do that, too.
But wait a second, Tom. Hold on. What do we want to warn them for? Why do we want to warn them that anything's up? Let them find it out for themselves. If they're lookout, that's what I say.
Yes, I know. But you can't depend on them. It's the way they've acted from the very start. Left us to do everything. So, if we don't give them notice, there won't be nobody nor nothing to interfere with us. And so after all our hard work and trouble, this escape will go off perfectly flat. Won't amount to nothing. Won't be nothing to it.
Well, as for me, Tom, that there's the way I'd like to see it.
Give it gravy, Huck.
But I ain't gonna make no complaints, Tom. Anyway, what I reckon suits you, it suits me. But what are we gonna do about servant girl?
Why, you'll be the servant girl and take the anonymous letter and shove it under the door.
I reckon that's all right. I ain't saying nothing, Tom. I'm the servant girl. Who's gonna be Jim's mother?
Why, I'm his mother. I'll hook a gown from Aunt Sally. Then, when you and Jim leave, I'll stuff Jim's clothes full of straw to represent his mother in disguise. And then, Jim will take the nigger woman's gown and wear it. And we'll all evade together. When a prisoner of style escapes, it's called an evasion. It's always called so when a king escapes, for instance.
So, Tom, he wrote the anonymous letter. And I smooched the yeller wench's frock that night and put it on and shoved the letter under the door, the way Tom told me to do it. And it said, "Beware, trouble's a brewing. Keep a sharp lookout." And Tom signed it, "Unknown Friend." Next night, we stuck a picture, which Tom drawed in blood of a skull and crossbones on the front door. And the next night, another one of a coffin on the back door. The family sure flat got in a sweat. They acted like the place was full of ghosts. Aunt Sally, she was the worst. She sure did carry on somewhat. So the thing was working out real well. Tom said he'd never seen a thing work more satisfactory in his whole life. He said it showed it was done right. And the next morning, Tom said,
"Now for the grand bulge. I got this other letter ready. And since they got a nigger guarding both doors, but one of them's asleep, I'll stick it in the back of his neck."
This here letter said, "Don't betray me. I wish to be your friend. There is a desperate gang of cutthroats from over in the Indian Territory going to steal your runaway nigger tonight, and they have been trying to scare you, so as you will stay in the house and not bother them. I am one of that there gang, but have got religion, and wish to quit it and lead an honest life again, and will betray the hellish design. They will sneak down from the northards along the fence at midnight exact with a false key and go in the nigger's cabin to get him. I am to be off a piece and blow a tin horn if I see any danger. But instead of that, I will bawl like a sheep soon as they get in and not blow that there horn at all. Then, while they are getting his chains loose, you slip in there and lock them in, and you can kill them at your own time. Don't do anything but just the way I'm telling you. If you do, they will suspicion something and raise whoop jamboree ho. I do not wish any reward for this, but to know I have done the right thing. Signed, Unknown Friend."
Huckleberry Finn, Episode 12, Conclusion.
After breakfast, we went fishing and checked the raft and found her to be all right. And when we got home, it was real late, and everybody was in a big sweat. They made us eat and go right to bed. We sneaked downstairs and loaded up some food to take with us and went to bed and slept till about 11:30. When we woke up, Tom checked the food and says,
"Where's the butter?"
He insisted, so I sneaked down to the cellar and got a hunk of butter and a piece of corn pone. But on the way back, Aunt Sally, she caught me in the hall. Before she could see, I stuck the butter and the pone in my hat and put my hat on my head. She fussed when I wouldn't tell her why I was down in the cellar.
Now, you just march into that setting room and you stay there till I come. You've been up to something, and I'll find out what it is before I'm done.
There was a crowd of men in the sitting room, at least 15 of them, all farmers with guns. At last, Aunt Sally, she come in and begun to ask me questions, but I couldn't answer any of them straight. I didn't know which end of me was up, 'cause these men was in such a fidget now that some of them was wanting to start right now and lay for them their desperados, and saying it weren't but a few minutes to midnight, and the others was trying to get them to hold on and wait for that there sheep signal. And here was Auntie Sally pegging away at them questions, and me a-shaking all over and ready to sink down in my tracks. I was that scared. And the place kept getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and the butter began to melt and run down my neck behind my ears. And pretty soon, a stake of butter come a-trickling down my forehead, and Aunt Sally, she sees it and turns as white as a sheet and says,
For the land's sake, what is the matter with that child? He's got the brain fever as sure as you're born, and they're oozing out.
And everybody runs to see, and she snatches off my hat, and out comes the bread and what was left of the butter, and she grabbed me and hugged me and says,
Oh, what a turn you did give me. Oh, and how glad and how grateful I am that it ain't no worse. For luck's against us, and it never rains but it pours. And when I see that truck, I thought we lost you. For I know by the color and all, it was just like your brains would be. Oh, dear, why don't you tell me that was what you've been down there for? I wouldn't have cheered. Now, clear out to bed. And don't let me see no more of you till morning.
I reckon I was upstairs in a second, and down the lightning rod in another one, and shinnying through the dark, leaning. I couldn't hardly get my words out. I was so anxious. But I told Tom as quick as I could, we must jump for it now, and not a minute to lose. In a house full of men yonder with guns, beating.
No, is that so? Ain't it bully? Why, Huck, if I was to do it over again, I bet I could fetch 200. If we could put it off,
Come on, Tom, hurry, where's Jim?
All right at your elbow, Huck. If you reach out your arm, you can touch him.
I told you we'd be too soon. They ain't come. The door's locked. Here, I'll lock some of you into the cabin, and the rest scatter around a bit. And listen if you can hear them coming.
In the dark, as they were coming in, we crawled under Jim's bed and out through the hole real quiet like. We sneaked off Injun and Fowl real quiet until we climbed over the rail fence. And right then there, wouldn't you know, Tom's pants caught and snapped a splinter off the top rail.
Hey! Who's that? Thanks for our shoes!
But we didn't answer. And then...
After, boys! Turn this off!
We dodged into the bush and let them go right on by. And when the dogs got there, they was ours. And when they saw us, they went right on and followed that excitement on ahead. When we reached the canoe, we got in and started for the raft. We could still hear them on the shore, and them dogs just a-barking and a-howling. And it made us feel real good. When we reached the raft, I says, "Now, Jim, you're a free man again, and I bet you won't ever want to be a slave no more."
And a mighty good job it was, too, Huck. It is plain beautiful, and it was done beautiful. And there ain't nobody can get up a plan that's more mixed up and splendid than what that one was.
Yes, sir. I reckon we was all just as glad as we could be. But Tom was the gladdest of all because he had a bullet in the calf of his leg. When me and Jim heard that, we didn't feel as brash as we did before. It was hurting him considerable, and he was bleeding. So we laid him down in the wigwam and tore up one of the Duke's shirts for a bandage. And he says,
"Give me the rags. I can do it myself. Don't stop now. Don't fool around. The evasion is booming along handsome. Man the sweeps and set her loose. Boys, we done it elegant. Deed we did. Man the sweeps. Man the sweeps."
But I reckon me and Jim was consulting and doing some thinking.
Well, then, this is the way it looked to me, Huck. If it was him that is being set free, and one of the boys was to get shot, would he say, "Go on and save me. Never mind about a doctor for to save this one"? Is that like Master Tom Sawyer? Would he say that? You bet he wouldn't. No, sir. Well, then, is Jim going to say it? No, sir. I don't budge a step out in this place without a doctor. Not if it's 40 years.
I reckon I knowed he was white inside, and I reckoned he'd say what he did say. So it was all right now, and I told Tom I was going for the doctor right now. He raised considerable row about it, but me and Jim stuck to it and wouldn't budge. So he was for crawling out and setting the raft loose himself, but we just flat wouldn't let him do it. And then he give us a piece of his mind, but it didn't do no good.
Well, if you're bound to go, I tell you the way to do it when you get to the village.
I reckon he made up a pretty good plan of action, and I said I'd do it and left. Jim was supposed to hide when he'd see the doctor coming and stay hid till he was gone. The doctor was an old man and very kind, even when I woke him up. I told him me and my brother was camping out on an old raft we found, and about midnight, my brother had a dream and kicked one of them guns and shot himself. And I asked him not to say anything, 'cause we wanted to surprise our folks.
Who is you folks?
The Phelps, sir, down yonder.
Oh, how did you say he got shot?
I reckon he had a dream, sir, and it shot him.
Singular dream.
So he lit his lantern, and I took him down to the canoe. But when he saw it, he didn't think it was safe for the both of us. So I told him how to find the raft, and he went on alone. Then I crept into a lumber pile to get some sleep. When I woke up, it was broad daylight. I started out for the doctor's house, but they told me that he hadn't come back. So I decided to dig out for the island right off. But just as I turned the corner, I ran slap dab into Uncle Silas.
Why, Tom! Where you been all this time, you rascal?
I ain't been nowheres. Just hunting for that there runaway nigger, me and Sid.
Tom, wherever did you go? Your aunt's been mighty uneasy.
Well, I reckon she needn't be, because, you see, we's all right. We've been looking all night. And now Sid went to the post office to see what he could hear, and I've been circulating around to get something to eat for us. And then we was going home. Right then, we went to the post office to get Sid. But he warn't there, and Uncle Silas said.
Well, come on, Tom. We'll go home, and Sid can foot it home when he gets done fooling around.
When we got home, Aunt Sally was so glad to see me, she just cried and laughed and hugged and give me one of them lickings of hers that didn't amount to shucks. She said Sid would get the very same when he got home. And the place was plumb full of farmers and farmers' wives to dinner, and they was all talking. And old Mrs. Hotchkiss, she was the worst. She says,
Well, Sister Phil, I ransacked that air cabin over, and I believe the nigger was crazy. I says to Sister Damrell, didn't I, Sister Damrell, says I. He's crazy, says I. Them's the very words I said. Y'all heard me. He's crazy, says I. Everything shows it, says I. Look at that air grindstone, says I. Want to tell me any critter in his right mind's a going to scrabble all them crazy things into a grindstone, says I?
Here's such and such a person busted his heart, and here's so-and-so pegged along for 37 years, and all that natural son of Louis somebody, and such everlasting rubbish. He's plumb crazy, says I. It's what I says in the first place, it's what I says in the middle, and it's what I says last and all the time. The nigger's crazy.
And so it went on and on and on. Each person giving their ideas and guesses as to how many people was helping old Jim.
A house full of niggers in there every night for 4 weeks to have done all that work, Sister Phelps. Look at that shirt. Every last inch of it covered over with secret African writing done with blood.
People to help them, sisters. Well, I reckon you think so if you'd have been in this house for a while back. Why, they stole everything they could lay their hands on, and we are watching all the time, mind you. They stole that shirt right off of the line, and as for that sheet, they made the rag ladder out of. There ain't no telling how many times I didn't steal that. And flour, and candles, and candlesticks, and spoons, and the old warming pans, and most 1,000 things that I just remember now. And my new calico dress, and me and Silas, and my sitting Tom on the constant watch, day and night. And I was telling you, not a one of us could catch hide, nor hand, nor sight, nor sound of 'em. And here, at the last minute, lo and behold you, they slides right in under our noses and fools us. And not only fools us, but the Injun Territory rob us too. And they actually gets away with that nigger safe and sound. And that with 16 men and 22 dogs right on the very heels at the very same time. I tell you, it just bangs anything I ever heard of. Why, spirits couldn't have done better and been no smarter. And I reckon they must have been spirits, 'cause you know our dogs, and there ain't no better. Well, them dogs never even got on the track of 'em once. Now, you just explain that to me if you can. Any of you.
Goodness gracious sakes, I'd have been afraid to live in such a place.
Afraid to live? Why, I was that scared I'd dasn't hardly go to bed, or get up, or lay down, or sit down, Sister Ridgway. Why, they'd steal the very... Why, goodness sake, you can guess what kind of a flush I was in by the time midnight come last night. I hope to gracious if I weren't afraid they'd steal some of the family. I was just so that packed that I didn't have no reasoning, facilities, or faculties no more. It looks foolish enough now in the daytime, but I says to myself, there's my 2 poor boys asleep. Supposing I was a boy and was away up there, and the door ain't locked, and
I got up and took a walk. Later, I made up a story and told her that we went down the lightning rod just to see what all the ruckus was about, and got carried away and decided to look for that there runaway nigger ourselves. She was quiet for a while, and then...
Why, laws of mercy, it's most night, and Sid not come yet. What has become of that boy?
Well, ma'am, I'll run right uptown and get him.
Oh, no, you won't. You'll stay right where you are. One's enough to be lost at a time. If he ain't here to supper, your uncle will go.
Well, I reckon he weren't there to supper, so right after supper, Uncle went. He come back about 10, a little bit uneasy. Hadn't run across Tom's track. Aunt Sally said she'd sit up for him a while and kept a light burning so he could see it. When I went up to bed, she came up with me and tucked me in, mothered me so good that I felt flat mean, and like I couldn't look her right in the face. And she sat down on the bed and talked to me a long time. And as she left, she says,
The door ain't going to be locked, Tom, and there's the window and the rod. But you'll be good, won't you? And you won't go for my sake?
Laws knows, I wanted to go. I wanted to go bad enough to see about Tom, and I was intending to go. But after that, I wouldn't have went, not for a kingdom. But Aunt Sally was on my mind, and Tom was on my mind. So I just slept very restless like. And twice
I went down the rod way in the night and slipped around the front, and I seed her sitting there by her candle in the window, with her eyes toward the road and tears in them. And I wished I could do something for her, but I reckon I couldn't, only just to swear that I wouldn't never do nothing ever again to grieve her no more. And the third time, I waked up at dawn and slid down, and there she was yet, and her candle was almost out, and her old gray head was resting on her hand, and she was asleeping. The old man was uptown again before breakfast, but couldn't get no crack of tongue. And both of them sat at the table, just sort of thinking, and not saying nothing, and looking real mournful. And their coffee was getting cold.
Did I give you the letter?
What letter? No, you didn't give me no letter.
Well, I must have forgot it.
So he rummaged around and found it and give it to her.
Why, it's from Sis. From Sis in St. Petersburg.
But before she could break it open, she dropped it and run, for she seed something. And so did I. It was Tom Sawyer on a mattress, and that there old doctor, and Jim in her calico dress, with his hands tied behind him, and a whole lot of people. I hid the letter behind the first thing that come handy, and I rushed out. She flung herself on Tom's crack.
He's dead! I just know he's dead! He's alive! Oh, thank God, thank God! Oh, thank God he's alive! Oh, that's his nose!
And then she dashed around giving orders right and left as fast as her tongue could go, every jump of the way. I followed the men to see what they was going to do with Jim, and the old doctor and Uncle Silas followed after Tom into the house. The men seemed very huffy, and some of them wanted to hang Jim for an example to all the other niggers around there. But the others says, don't do it. He wouldn't answer at all. He ain't our nigger, and his owner'd turn up and make us pay for him for sure. So that there sort of cooled him down for a little bit. They cussed Jim considerable, though, and give him a cuff or two upside the head once in a while. But Jim, he just never said nothing, and he never let on at all that he knew me. And they took him to the same cabin and put on his clothes and chained him again. But this time, not to the bed, but to a great big stable, and drove into the bottom log. And they chained his hands, too, and both legs. And they said that a couple of them there farmers with guns must stand watch around the cabin every night, and a bulldog tied to the door in the daytime. And about this time, the old doctor comes and he takes just one look and says,
Gentlemen, don't be no rougher on him than you're obliged to, because he ain't a bad nigger. When I got to where I found the boy, I see I couldn't cut the bullet out without some help. So I says, I got to have help somehow. And the minute I says it, I'll close this nigger from Summers and says he'll help. And he done it too. Course, I judged he must be a runaway nigger, but I never seen a nigger that was a better nurse or faithfuler. And yet he was risking his freedom to do it. He ain't a bad nigger, gentlemen. That's what I think about him.
Well, I reckon it sounds pretty good to me, Doctor. I'm obliged to say so.
Right then, the others softened up a little bit, too. And I was mighty thankful to that there old doctor for doing Jim a good turn. And I was glad that it was according to my judgment of him, too, because I thought he had a good heart in him all the time and was a good man from the first time I reckoned I'd ever seen him. The next morning, I slips into the sick room to try to talk to Tom and maybe get a story together that would work. But there he was, just flat sleeping. And right then, Aunt Sally come in.
We can all be joyful now. He's getting better. And 10 to 1, He'll wake up in his right mind.
So we just sat there a-watching and waiting. And by, he stirs a little bit and opens his eyes.
Hello? Why, I'm at home. How's that? Where's the raft?
I reckon it's all right.
And Jim?
The same.
Good. Splendid. Now we're all right and safe. Did you tell Auntie?
About what, Sid?
Why, about the way the whole thing was done.
What whole thing?
Why, the whole thing. There ain't but one. How we set the runaway nigger free. Me and Tom.
Good land. Set the runner...
And then he went on and on. He just flat told her everything.
Saying Jim was a free man. And we done it all by ourselves. And wasn't it bully, Auntie?
Well, I never heard the likes of it in all my born days. So it was you little rapscallions, that's been making all this trouble. Well, soon as you get well, I'll time the old Harry out of both of you. And mind you, if I catch you meddling with him again, I'll...
Meddling with who?
With who? Why, the runaway nigger, of course. Who'd you reckon?
Tom, didn't you just tell me he was all right? Hasn't he got away?
Him? The runaway nigger? Well, indeed he hasn't. They've got him back, safe and sound. And he's in that cabin again on bread and water, and loaded down with chains, till he's claimed or sold.
They ain't got no right to shut him up. Shove, and don't you lose a minute. Turn him loose. He ain't no slave. He's as free as any creature that walks on this earth.
What does the child mean?
I mean every word I say, Aunt Sally. And if somebody don't go, I'll go. I've known him all his life. And so is Tom there. Old Miss Watson died 2 months ago. And she was ashamed she ever was going to sell him down the river. And said so. And she set him free in her will.
Then why on earth did you want to set him free for? Seeing he was already free.
Well, that is a question, I must say. And just like a woman. Why, I wanted the adventure of it. And I'd have waded neck deep in blood to... Goodness alive. Aunt Polly!
And sure enough, there she was, standing in the door. Aunt Sally jumped for her and most hugged her head off and cried over her. And I hid under the bed. She just stared at Tom and then...
Yes, you better turn your head away. I would if I was you, Tom.
Oh, dearie me. Is he changed so? Why, that's Sid. That ain't Tom. Where is Tom?
You mean where's Huck's Finn? That's what you mean. I reckon I ain't raised such a scamp as my Tom all these years not to know him when I see him. Oh, that would be a pretty howdy-do. Come out from under that bed, Huck Finn.
I reckon things were pretty mixed up for a while, but they finally straightened out some. Tom was right about old Mrs. Watson setting Jim free in her will. Aunt Polly said that when she got Aunt Sally's letter about Tom and Sid being here, she just had to come and see for herself what was going on. We had Jim out of them chains in no time at all, and Tom give him $40 for being the prisoner for us so patient and doing it up so real good. And Jim was real pleased, most to death, and he says,
There now, Huck, what'd I tell you? What'd I tell you up there on Jackson Island? I told you I got a hairy breast. And what's the sign on it? And I told you I've been rich once and going to be rich again. And it's come true. And here she is. There, now, don't talk to me. Signs is signs, mind I tell you. And I know just as well as I was going to be rich again as I was standing here this minute.
And then Tom, he talked along, talked some more, and he says, I got it. Let's all three slide out of here one of these nights and get us an outfit and go for howling adventures amongst the Indians over in Territory for a couple of weeks or two. I says, all right, that suits me real fine, but I ain't got no money to buy the outfit. I reckon I couldn't get none from home because it's likely Pap's been back before now and got it all away from Judge Thatcher and probably drunk it all up.
No, he ain't. It's all there yet. $6,000 and more. And your pap ain't ever been back since. Hadn't when I come away, anyhow.
He ain't coming back no more, Huck.
Why, Jim?
Never mind why, Huck. But he ain't coming back no more. Don't you remember the house that was floating down the river? And there was a man in there, covered up. And I went in and uncovered him and didn't let you come in. Well then, you can get your money when you wants it, 'cause that was him.
I reckon Tom's most well now, and he got his bullet around his neck in a watch guard for a watch, and he's always saying what time it is, and so there just ain't nothing more to tell about, and I'm rotten glad of it too. But I reckon I got to light out for the Territory ahead of the rest, because Aunt Sally, she's going to adopt me and civilize me, and I can't stand it. I've been there before.